Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Urshela 0 for 3, grounded out to third his last time up. First pitch is lined past Walsh into right, a base knock. That gets McKinstry home. Vierling around to third. It's an RBI single for the veteran Gio Urshela, and the Tigers take a 3-2 lead here in the bottom of the 8th.
And that is how we start the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are absolutely loaded again today. We have Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavericks, at 8 o'clock. It's a Meat Church Wednesday brought to you by the greatness of Mr. Electric, Matt Pittman, back from the Masters. He reviewed all the Masters sandwiches. It has 1.2 million views on TikTok. So that's Matt Pittman at 8:20. And then Bruce Bochy at 9:20 as we get all the KNC leftovers.
Leftovers, baby.
Just like yesterday. We'll take them. Yes. Texas Rangers end up losing this game in the 8th inning. Yesterday, Tigers win 4-2.
Offense is rolling right now. Woo!
3 runs in the first 2 games.
Man, is it rolling. Look at that. Look at that offense. Like they kind of did screw him in the 8th inning, I thought. Urena got kind of squeezed on a pitch to Torkelson. And it's not like Torkelson is Mike Trout, right, where you're getting calls that you shouldn't get. Now, this was not blatant. It wasn't blatant at all. It just nicked the lower outside portion of the strike zone, but it allowed him to reach base. And then
I thought that umpire was pretty lenient with the strike zone yesterday for both sides.
Yeah, he was. Just on that particular pitch, it just wasn't. I thought it was wrong. I thought it was the wrong pitch. It should have been a strike, shouldn't have been a ball. And then the next batter's McKinstry, and that's a routine out. That should have been the routine third out, but instead it wasn't. Then Verling fists one out there, and then Urshela fisted one out there as well. And all of a sudden you're losing. And now it's like, okay, now you got to play catch up. And they weren't able to catch up.
A single and a wild pitch do the Rangers in. They have not won back-to-back games since April 3rd through the 5th.
Oh, well, that's over. It's almost 2 weeks ago. The 5th is 12 days ago. My goodness, it's a long time to not win back-to-back games. And you're struggling. Now the whole division, thankfully, is on the struggle bus too. The whole division is not taking advantage of the Rangers slip up, so that's a good thing. But this is not last year's team. Like, make no mistake about it. Last year was a ride that you will remember for the rest of your lives. And this year, it's not back to reality because it's still a good team. But you're not getting the same. Rangers win this game last year. They win game 1 or the first game of the series. They win more of these games last year. Like the games against Oakland where they lost 2 or 3. They win those games last year. And this year, they're just not.
3-7 in their last 10, still in first place in the American League West by half a game. So the good news is, right, the Astros struggled out of the gate. The bad news is you're not creating more distance with the armpit out of the gate. But just to look around Major League Baseball, the Yankees are in first place in the American League East. Then you have Baltimore a half game back.
The Yankees have lost 3 in a row.
Got the Cleveland Guardians up 1 game in the Central over the Royals. The Royals are actually the hottest team in baseball right now. They have won 8 of their last 10. So there is Kansas City for you. We have the West with the Angels a half game back, followed by the Mariners, Oakland, and then the Astros.
Yeah.
The Athletics are a game and a half up over the Astros, and every time I look up at a highlight, Mike Trout is going deep.
Mike Trout's going deep all the time, man. He's playing really good baseball. There was a stretch in his career where we would say, like, around this time, this is the best year of his whole career that he's having. And we kind of stopped doing that, and now we're almost back to it. Like, oh, man, Mike Trout's on one again. He is on a roll right now. And
tied for first with 7 home runs in baseball. He's
propelling the Angels to have a semi-decent record and being competitive. Now, we're still waiting for it to happen. Some random calf injury that keeps him out for 6 months.
Yeah.
Which always seems to happen. But right now, we're just going to enjoy Mike Trout.
Braves are in first place in the National League East. They're 2 games up on the Phillies, the Brewers, and Pirates. are tied at the top of the Central. The Central is the tightest division. The last place team, St. Louis, is 2 games out. And then the Dodgers, no surprise, they are a game up on the Padres. But basically, everyone's kind of like 5-5. And kind of like 4-6,
the last 10.
6-4 in their last 10 throughout the sport.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you have obviously other than Kansas City, and then Cleveland. Cleveland's got the best record in the sport right now. It's not the Yankees anymore. They're a little bit back. It's Cleveland, who's on a bit of a tear. They won 3 in a row.
Happy birthday to Bruce Bochy, who turned 69.
Nice.
We'll talk to Skip about that. I think this will be our first time interviewing Bochy.
I think so. I don't think we've had him on before, but. Yeah, he's a legend, and they talk about this on broadcast all the time, like just like where his standing is in the sport. Like, oh, he's got X amount of wins fewer than this guy, or only these 2 or 3 guys have more championships than him. It's pretty remarkable.
And then we got the news yesterday that it is happening tomorrow. Choppy, I know you are pumped up. I am as well. Jack Leiter is starting for your Texas Rangers.
It's greatness. Holy smokes. Jack Leiter, baby. I have no idea what he's going to be. I don't care. I just want to see it. I want to see it happen. There's an excitement. This season's been without a lot of excitement after the start. You know, it hasn't had that juice to it. I mean, because now it's like, okay, won a title. Now the formality is the regular season. You don't get as many of these little kind of cool spots as we may have last year. And this is one of them. This is one of those things where you just kind of can't wait to see. And I like watching the young stars. And it's a noon game. You know, you may not get the same amount of people being able to tune in that we would on a night game, but either way, you get to see Jack Leiter throw.
And this courtesy of Roberto, who will join us at 6 o'clock since he returned in August of last year. Leiter has pitched 34 innings between Frisco and Round Rock. He's got a 3.97 ERA, a 1.15 whip. And he has shown some trouble with the long ball. Even in his bounce back, he's allowing 2.5 home runs per 9 innings since his return from the developmental list. So those are the numbers, courtesy of Bob with Jack Leiter.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just excited to see what he has as mound presence. I don't expect him to go out there and shut down Detroit. You know, I don't expect him to go out there and do that. I just want to see what his mound presence is like. He's got pedigree. He's supposedly got good stuff. I just want to watch him throw. Like, that's it. I have my expectations are at a dang near minimum because a year ago this time, we were wondering what Jack Leiter was ever going to do, if he was ever going to make it up to the bigs. We were wondering if this was a complete and utter bust. And here we are, out of nowhere, the dude comes up and gets called up. Now, it's called up out of necessity, obviously, but you don't worry about that.
Dane Dunning is going to be on the mound today for another afternoon baseball game. 11:30 pre. I'm just looking for any spark, really, out of Leiter for this team.
Mm-hmm.
They're boring.
Yeah.
They are really, really boring to watch right now. I'm not getting my, Wyatt Langford thrills. Evan Carter seems to be struggling, which we'll get to.
They get a new nickname for him. I don't know what that's going to be.
Bobby would say struggling Evan Carter.
Struggling Evan Carter. He would. It's so generic.
That's it.
So generic.
Just put it out there like that. All right, the Show of Wales is going to strike with the Wednesday edition. Chuck Cooperstein previews the Clippers at 8 o'clock. It's a Meet Church Wednesday brought to you by Mr. Electric, Matt Pittman at 8:20 back from Augusta. And then the absolute legend himself, the manager of your World Series champs, Bruce Bochy, at 9:20. And then tomorrow we're going to be hitting the golf course.
Yeah, we'll be at the Invited Classic at Las Colinas Country Club, where it'll be the Pro-Am for that Invited. So that's where you have the celebrities like your Greg Maddoxes and your John Smoltzes and stuff that will be out there. And then you're also going to have your senior PGA Tour guys, or now they call it the Champions Tour. So you'll have your over 50 players. Ernie Els, Retief Goosens, guys who have won championships that you've heard of that are no longer playing regularly on the PGA Tour.
Lakers in, Warriors out. The Western Conference play-ins last night, and the idea that LA should have intentionally lost to dodge the champs, just like the Mavs are going to dodge in the second round if they get there. That's next with the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us. We try to get you through your weekend as quickly as possible on The Fan.
Coming up in the next. the background. The final 4 seconds tick away. Davion walks it into the front court. The horn sounds, and the Sacramento Kings have won.
And that feels like the end on Sacramento Kings radio. That feels like the end of the Golden State Warriors dynasty, as you had the 2 Western Conference play-in games in the NBA last night. The Lakers hold off the Pelicans. Zion, of course, sitting there dropping 40. He gets hurt at the very end. Brandon Ingram, for some reason, is on the bench. The Lakers end up winning. They'll get Denver in round 1, but then Sacramento destroys the Golden State Warriors 118-94. It is over for Steph and company.
Over, maybe not just for this year, too. It may just be over for them. Or this could be their second rebuild that they've had in the last decade, which they kind of did to win a title again. And you have no idea who's coming back on this team. You have no idea where they're going to go from here. But now you got to have, and this is the play-in thing, Sacramento's not in yet. They still got to beat the Pels, which is the other kind of shoe in this entire situation. And the winner would get to be the 8th seed, but those Warriors are done. And that's bad. That's ugly. That's the way the NBA playoffs have gone, though, the last couple of years. You got blowouts on either side.
The other day we were talking about the ending of a legend's career negatively impacting their legacy or not. And I said it just doesn't happen. No one holds the Wizards against Michael Jordan. Nobody holds, is it the Mets at the end of Willie Mays? No one talks about that.
They do it more for coaches, like Bill.
And I had our buddy Goldberg hit me up and say it can happen for announcers as well. Yep. He thinks it applies to John Sterling.
I think it absolutely applies to John Sterling.
I'm wondering whether it's going to apply for the Warriors with the way that they're ending versus like the Bulls ending. The Bulls leaves you with, oh, they were invincible. Like they would have just figured out a way to get championship number 7 if it was kept together. I think this could play in here to the ending of the Warriors dynasty compared to some of the other ones.
I think that's because it's unliked.
What do you mean? I don't think the Warriors were disliked.
They weren't. They are now. Right? It's like you turn on them. You know, and I don't remember, maybe people did turn on the Bulls, but I don't think as a society we were as cynical then. But we definitely have turned on the Warriors. And I think Draymond's a large part of that.
Well, the wonder and the curiosity is taken out of it because we saw them struggle. We saw them lose. Like Jerry Krause with the Bulls thought like something like that could happen to an aging Chicago roster. Now, maybe his hatred for Phil Jackson and the rest of them played into that as well. But he's like, look, we're barely hanging on. If you watched The Last Dance, you saw how Michael was just completely exhausted, how the team was tired. Yeah. But you still had 6-0 in the final 6-0. And that makes a lot of people believe, oh, the Chicago Bulls just never would have lost. And that is going to give them an advantage in terms of these all-time discussions, I think.
Oh, for sure. I mean, like when you're 6-0, that plays a major part. Joe Montana. There are still people who put Montana over Brady because he never lost a Super Bowl. They're not as many as it was, but they're still out there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Jordan never lost, despite the fact that Bill Russell's got almost double his titles. Nobody puts Bill as better than Michael because Michael never lost. And that plays a major role in it. And LeBron can make twice the amount of NBA finals that Michael did, and he'll never get credit for making them and losing them. They would say it'd be better to lose in the West Finals, which is a lunatic thing to say, but that's the reality of it.
The Lakers beat the Pelicans, and the other day, Mike Greenberg on ESPN suggested the Lakers do this.
I'm going to say something in duck because I know that it is controversial, and I know that it flies in the face of absolutely everything that the spirit of competition was born to create. And you just said, Herman Edwards, you play to win the game. The Lakers should not play tomorrow night. They should not play LeBron. They should not play AD. They do not want to be the 7 seed. You want to be the 8. I'm taking my chances in a one and done at home against either Sacramento or Golden State and go in against the very young OKC Thunder in round 1 instead of going into the buzzsaw that is Denver. I think it is worth the risk.
Perfect sports talk topic and point right there for Greenberg to make some headlines.
I wonder when they're like when like there's a producer for this show, right? And they're just going through this. Does there ever come a point where they're just saying, like, what are we doing here? Like, what is our purpose?
Well, I kind of said, well, the purpose is to get clicks, draw attention, same thing that it's been for the last 30 years. I kind of said something a little bit, I phrased it differently the other day. I said, it's not the worst thing. It's not the worst thing in the world at all.
Not the worst.
If the Lakers, it would be better off. Like,
yeah, you have a better chance of winning the next round, but you also have a really good chance of losing.
Yeah, the Lakers are getting eliminated by the Denver Nuggets. I would give them more of a chance against Oklahoma City. So they're never going to, like, not play LeBron and Anthony Davis against the Pelicans last night. But if they ended up losing, that's a quiet possible win in order to try to beat Sacramento and then get the Thunder instead of the defending champs. But Greenberg knew what would happen. It would blow up when he said, you do not play LeBron. You intentionally lose, so that way Darvin Ham gets fired if something happens against the Kings.
But when you start your sentence with, I'm going to say something and then duck, it's like, all right, you know what you're doing here.
He absolutely knows what he's doing.
Because let's just say, for the sake of argument, they did this. The league is in a tough spot. They just had a team admit they're throwing a game, a playoff game. They're throwing a playoff game.
Yeah, didn't Cuban get lit up for that a couple years ago when the Mavs were tanking?
Yeah. So
end?
You're throwing a playoff game purposely. If you're in a one and done, winner, it's a play-in situation, and you don't play your guys, your top guys, what are you doing? You're saying that we're trying not to win, and then you expect me to take the league seriously at all? Or the game the league is so tied in with gambling. From a gambling perspective, that's a big no-no.
Well, that chatter and idea got back to Darvin Ham after the Lakers won last night.
There was a report of what?
It wasn't a report. It was TV talking stuff. It was that maybe
saying what again?
It'd be better off if you guys lost this game to avoid Denver in the first round to play.
Insane asylum sources say.
Sure.
Nah. If you just
it wasn't source. It wasn't.
Yeah, okay.
It was just chatter.
Just someone that just got out of the insane asylum. Okay, I got you.
Okay.
So there you go. Mike Greenberg, we're getting to play that back and play the whole, I knew this was going to happen. I was just, and get his clicks and get his attention today. So that was Darvin.
I'm going to say something and duck.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Although I kind of said that before the Micah report a couple weeks ago in Below the Belt. But forget about the Lakers winning for Darvin Ham, saving his status. If indeed that is the case, the Lakers saved us.
They did. They saved us. They saved us because now we do not have to play at super late at night on Sunday.
Woo!
We will get, and this is according to Peyton Russell, and I'm sure this is true because it's from NBA PR's Twitter account. On Sunday, we will play the LA Clippers at 2:30 on ABC.
Yeah, baby.
Right? We talked about this. We don't know why aren't the days coming out, the time's coming out. Well, because we don't know what the Lakers are going to do. If the Lakers play the Thunder, they're going to get the nighttime game. Now, on Tuesday, on TNT, we're screwed. 9 p.m., which means we'll really probably start at 9:30. On Friday, 7 o'clock on ESPN. Sunday, 2:30 on ABC. So we're getting Sunday, both Sunday games we have. We don't have to worry about staying up late. They'll be on right in the middle of the day.
Nice.
And then we don't know about the games 5, 6, and 7 yet.
Heck yeah. So Mavs, Clippers, game 1, 2:30 our time on Sunday. Is there any way Maybe we should have had Stephen Jones on the morning show yesterday because this went national. Anyway, that Stephen Jones changed your mind about the Cowboys offseason after what he said on this radio station. That's next as Bobby Belt joins us right here, the Hump Day edition. Just getting started on The Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Bobby Belt is fist pumping already. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Today's guest list is going to include Chuck Cooperstein at 8 o'clock, me, Church, Matt Pittman at 8:20, and then Bruce Bochy from your World Series champs at 9:20. But yesterday, Stephen Jones hopped on the KNC Masterpiece. Is there any chance? Made me think. It did make me think. Is there any chance that Stephen Jones changed your mind about this wretched, depressing Dallas Cowboys offseason? The fellas started off asking him, what does he have to say to the Tolos about the Cowboys being cheap?
Well, at the end of the day, you always can only, and we spend max money, year in and year out. All 32 can only spend the same amount of money over a 5-year stretch. And when we're all said and done, we max out our salary cap every year, and we will have done that. And what comes with having a good roster, which we do, and we also are looking towards signing our own guys. It doesn't mean it happens overnight, but when you're wanting to sign players like Dak and Micah and CD, then that certainly you have to hold money back if you want to have a realistic chance at signing those guys.
So this is probably going to be an idiotic observation and reaction. My first initial thing after hearing this yesterday on this radio station was to go and try to look up the NFL rule that limits you after 5 years spending. That's what Stephen Jones made it sound like. There's a 5-year rule in the National Football League about how much you can spend. The Dallas Cowboys hit it, so therefore we're throwing pennies out there. That's what I took from Stephen's initial statement. I was like, is there a rule that we have not been talking about here on the show that we've been missing?
It's a floor, right? It's the floor. You've got to spend 95% of your cap or whatever over a 5-year period, and then so that makes you cap compliant, or that you're not undercutting the market.
He's talking about like they've hit the max.
That's what I think is what he's saying is taxman cometh. When you start restructuring deals, it basically, like, you've got 5 years basically to pay it off before it's like, it's due, here it is, pay it. That's been their position, I think, internally, when they look at things, is that they say, we opened up a 5-year window here as soon as we got, like, Amari done, Dak done, we're restructuring deals, we're going for it. That's why in 2020, Jerry he worked so hard to get football on the field in 2020. And that's why when things started going south, he was having angrier and angrier interviews on this station every week. And he was cussing out Jane Slater for ruining team chemistry or whatever else. And so it's because they opened up this, they're thinking, this is not me saying this is what it is. I'm just saying their position would be, we opened up this window. It's shut now, like financially. Like, it doesn't mean we can't still work it out.
But it's not shut financially per league rules.
No. It's just
because he said all 32 can only spend the same amount of money over a 5-year stretch. We max out our salary cap. We max it out every year.
Yeah, I think he's saying, but definitely salary floor. That's part of the rules that he's talking about. But the other aspect of that is, I do think that he's talking about when you start like flipping switches, you basically have this amount of time to get it paid off before you can't flip any more switches and you're just here, and that's where they're at. According to them.
Yeah, and if that's true, like if they're not, as long as they're not leaving money on the table, then what we're arguing is their philosophy on free agency versus signing your own.
Right.
That's it. They're not cheap. Calling them cheap is the wrong thing to say, because if he's accurate with this, that they spend as much as they possibly can, then.
That's what I was saying. If you look at other teams, I threw out doing a possible study on it. Of course, I wasn't going to do it. That would be way too much work. That would be an RJ Choppy study on retaining. That's the key word here. Do the Cowboys retain more of their own and their own stars than other teams.
I generally feel like the Cowboys never lose a player they truly want to keep.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think the Cowboys ever let Tyreek Hill leave their building like the Chiefs did. Like, I think they do everything in their power to make sure they're keeping those people there.
Jerry's scared of losing stars. Other teams are not.
Yeah, the Chiefs are scared of losing
Mahomes.
Mahomes, but also the Chiefs don't want to lose 10 free agents in a single offseason, 10 rotational pieces like the Cowboys did this offseason. The Cowboys are happy to see 10 rotational pieces leave and are scared to lose Tyreek Hill.
Yes, absolutely.
And
that's the difference.
That's been their financial approach.
That has been. And
I don't think, I don't know if we can kill them for that. Or we should.
Look, you can't argue. They've won 12 games a year for 3 years in a row. Like you can't argue the success they've had on the field. You can argue the success they've had in the postseason.
Yeah.
And then you can argue why they haven't had success in the postseason, and that's a long discussion. That's a different one. But they've been a good franchise. The only time this franchise has had a losing record in the regular season since Parcells got here is basically when they lost their quarterback to injury. That is, in that cap league, that is as impressive as it gets. As impressive as you could possibly get.
Does Stephen Jones regret Jerry's all-in comment earlier this offseason?
I think if you're not all in this league, you're all out. And I don't know of any of the 32 who aren't all in. And, everybody can have their own definition of what that means, but I've never not known us to be all in, nor have I known anybody we compete against not to be all in. It's, they have different strategies as to what that means, but at the end of the day, if you're not really all in trying to figure out how to put together a championship football team, then you shouldn't be in this league.
So there's the massaging of the stadium.
Yeah.
So
that was Steven's biggest pain in the ass this offseason, to sit down with PR and say, all right, how do we spin what the old man said?
That the translation on that is, yes, I wish he wouldn't have said it. That's what he just said there. And look, I think that Jerry, when he said that, meant what he said, because Steven starts that. I don't think it was in that part, but Steven had said yesterday, he's like, well, different people mean different things when they say all in and yada. And I know that we've all been like, no, all in means here are your chips.
We'll be all in.
Jerry's line when he said that, I think, was about, I'm all in on determining the future of this team this year. Like, that's kind of how Jerry was, I think, genuinely thinking about it.
I'm all in on determining.
Like in terms of, I'm all in, like, this is it. Like, this is the year where I determine what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is, it's got to happen this year, because if it doesn't, that not necessarily I'm
now
all
we're
in
gonna
as
spend
in,
for everything.
Yeah, not as like I'm upping the ante or anything like that. Just like this.
He could have said what he meant to say really was do or die.
Yes, and I think that's the thing is that. But you know what? We've said it. There's two phrases this offseason that have haunted this football team. All in, and we were just tired. Those two phrases have completely they're two phrases that I don't think they totally meant what they said.
We're burned out, man.
And we're just burned out, man. I don't think they totally meant what they said.
So bad.
So bad.
And if they could go back, both of them, if DeMarcus Lawrence and Jerry Jones could both go back and use different words, I think they 100% would.
Because everybody gets burnt out at their job at some point. There's a burnout factor. I mean, a lot of people have that. But athletes don't generally say that, because athletes know that everybody would trade places with them. You know what? Everybody would trade places with an athlete.
You know what DeMarcus Lawrence probably wanted to say? He wanted to say a lot about preparation, how locked in were guys, this and that. He was doing that. It was need to come up with an answer, got to protect culture, and in the process of doing it, just gave a bad answer.
Stephen Jones on the failure of the Cowboys postseasons.
I feel as accountable as anybody in terms of the success of this franchise. And, of course, we want to have one of the top, if not the top, franchise, in the country, if not the world. And I think, certainly I think we do in terms of what our brand's valued at. We certainly want to have more success on the field in terms of that part of it. But, as I said, we've had a lot of success during the regular season. We haven't had the success in the postseason, and we just, until we do that, we understand there'll be frustration. And I can tell you this: we'll be rolling up our sleeves and going to work.
It's not what people want to hear, though. Like, generally, in general, I think the answer is fine, but what Steven needs to leave out of that answer is Steven needs to leave out of that the value of the brand. Like, oh, well, the value of the brand is really up there, but obviously we haven't had the postseason success. Don't even talk about the value. You've got to understand, nobody wants to hear you talk about your branding or your monetary value or where you are on Forbes's list this year. Nobody gives a damn about that right now in the fan base. No one. In fact, when it comes up, they think that's the problem.
I stopped retweeting all the Forbes value stuff. Like, people send it to me and this and that. I won't even retweet.
That is the Kentucky AD talking about Twitter impressions.
Yep.
When it was taught, and Mitch Barnhart talked about Twitter impressions on the radio versus UConn. Oh, UConn may have won the championship, but on that same night, we got more than double the impressions based on our coaching search. Oh, really? Well, good. Well, good. It's wonderful. Their coach is going to turn you down for your job, and yeah, you could sell out your arena for a press conference, literally 20,000 for a press conference. But you can't win. And that's the same thing here. When you start talking about branding or impressions or any of that stuff, all you're doing is, hey, don't look at the right hand. Look what's over here. It's a magic trick. Look what's over here on the left hand.
Anything else you took from him?
No, I mean, I think that he's clearly, I think he clearly feels the pressure from the fan base. Like, and look, I know that Brian's always made the argument when you're Jerry and Steven and you guys, like, your family owns the team and you've put yourself in positions of power here, you never have to worry about losing your job. So you never really feel the pressure of my job's on the line the way other people do. I understand that position of it, but I think they definitely feel blowback and they feel heat and they're aware of it. It's the most aware Steven has sounded to me of pressure from the fan base in the entire time that I can remember.
I agree. My other questions that I wrote down in case he did call in during our show yesterday were, is the reality that you and Dak have a wink-wink deal to pay him next offseason versus this offseason? Is there a wink-wink? Number two, are you guys still, it sounds crazy, are you still in a Dak evaluation stage? Like, you need to see what he does in the playoffs again before giving him $60 million. I also had it written down, can you rule out drafting a quarterback if one fell to you in round one? And I would have wanted to know how he hesitated, how he answered those questions.
So that's the interesting. That's interesting that you bring that up because with the Cowboys, this is a philosophy that some teams employ and some don't. Like if Aaron Rodgers was in this draft and he fell to the Cowboys, now you don't know what Aaron Rodgers' career is going to be, right? We're back in 2006 now.
Yeah. But I said this on the phone the other day with Broadus. I said, what if J.J. McCarthy falls to them?
Yeah. Like, exactly. But if Rodgers, who was, a very highly talented player, if he had fallen, if this was his draft, and they had fallen to him at 24, which I think that's where he was picked, actually, right? Would they do the same thing the Packers did?
I don't know. Let me check my HIV research.
Here's what
that was bad on Dove's part. He did not. That's not what he said.
We'll get to that later.
Here's what I feel confident saying. If they had not traded for Trey Lance, like, they're clearly telling you if there's somebody they had graded similarly to Trey Lance would fall to them, they would have drafted him. But now that they've invested, I think it's really hard for them to say, we might be paying Dak $60 million. We have a lot of holes on this football team, and we just used a 4th round and a 1st round pick on somebody to sit behind somebody making $60 million.
Yeah.
I think it'd be really difficult. If they're picking somebody in the 1st round, they are trading Trey Lance or they're walking away from Dak. That's definitive to me.
Right. I think that's the case. Like they would do that if they did, but that's the point. Like, you reset everything, you reset your quarterback room and your contracts, and it's a tough thing to have to say yes to. But you're essentially punting.
What's Lance's contract situation?
So they did I need to look it up right now. They did did you catch that, Mr. Miyagi?
Yes,
good job. They did a reworked deal with him or did an adjustment to his contract. So this upcoming year, he is counting $5.3 million against the cap.
That's not bad.
And what is he owed afterwards? Do they have to make any decision?
There's
on
just
him?
the fifth-year option, which I would very seriously doubt they're going to pick up since it's valued at $22 million.
Do they not pick it up in general just to pick it up and then maybe move him?
They should. When you're talking about quarterbacks, I think you should always pick it up. Somebody will gamble on a quarterback and somebody will take it off your hands. It always burns.
I don't know if they're going to get the it burned the Giants with Daniel Jones picking it up.
Yeah,
so it can work the other way too.
No, they didn't pick it up.
They did not pick
They
it
did
up.
not pick it up, but they were forced to make a deal done with him earlier.
Yeah, now what they owe, how much a year?
Oh, he got 40.
He got
40 a year.
He and Dak make the same. 20. Think about that though. We're in an era where Derek Carr right now is making 40. Somebody will take Trey Lance for 22.
877-881-1053, the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline. The good news and timing keeps coming for the Dallas Mavericks. They get their big man back. We get a win with the Lakers getting the W last night. Everything from the NBA play-ins. And is Giannis going to be missing the start against our boy Rick Carlisle and the Pacers? That's all next here on The Fan. But what is next for you if you're just dragging? You're feeling a little bit groggy. You just cannot get going. You're thinking about, when am I going to go ahead and work out? It's never going to happen because you have a lack of motivation and drive. Well, fellas, I'm here with the Low T Center. At Low T, they make it easy to get your levels checked. It's just a simple blood test. And with their on-site lab, you will get your results back in about 25 minutes. Low T Center is not your typical doctor's office. It's concierge medicine for men. Their physicians specialize in treating low testosterone, and they've been exclusively treating men for years with most health insurance accepted, and they have affordable and convenient treatment options, including physician-monitored self-inject treatments that ship directly to your home each month, so there is no need to drive to the center for weekly visits. And right now at Low T, it's only $25 to get your T level tested. $25, that's it. Make your health and quality of life a priority and make it a great year. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment today. lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
We will gladly.
on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Reeves drives and feeds, corner three, Russell, bullseye! What a shot! Big time three by Russell.
The Lakers did not take Mike Greenberg's advice from ESPN by throwing the Pelicans game in order to try to dodge the defending champs who swept them last year. The Lakers take advantage of Zion getting hurt, Brandon Ingram for some reason rotting on the bench, and LA clinches the number 7 spot in last night's play-in victory. They will take on the Denver Nuggets. And on the other side, the Golden State Warriors get waxed by the Sacramento Kings, and Sacramento will now go ahead and take on New Orleans to decide the number 8 spot. The Warriors are finished.
Yeah, and yeah, they are. And I assume that has double meaning for you, that they're finished right now and they're just finished in general. And that's, look, I mean, it's the line of Father Time is undefeated, and that's where we're at now. The question for me is going to be, when this whole thing starts falling apart, does Steph say, I'm Kobe, I'm Dirk, I'm staying here through the end, through even the awful years in the twilight of my career? Or does he say, he's going to go try and catch on somewhere? Does he try to do, go somewhere else at some point?
Second time this week, this phrase popped into my head. That old saying, you either die a hero or live long enough to be the villain. Like, did the Warriors as a core live long enough, like as a core together, to become the villain?
Draymond's the villain. I don't think
Draymond is.
The team isn't. I don't think anybody hates Steph Curry.
I hated him in the beginning.
But when you talk about
mouth guard, let me just put this thing and chew on it all day.
When you talk about dying, that's what Klay Thompson's career has done.
Yes.
My gosh, he was awful last night.
Steve Kerr on what the future of the Warriors looks like.
We've been really blessed here with amazing players and multiple championships and finals appearances and the highest of highs. And this is the flip side. This is life. This is how it works. You don't get to stay on top forever. So what happens this summer and going into next year, we'll worry about that later.
He sounds like he's trying to convince himself more than them. Like, hey, look, life, you can't go on forever. But the reality is, it was a really disappointing season for the, and Klay's just not been the same player since the Achilles. Draymond is not very good anymore, and they just haven't been able to supplement the talent.
So with the Lakers getting the victory, the Mavs schedule is set, at least for game 1.
Game 1 through 4 is set. And the Mavericks will have the 2:30 on ABC schedule for game 1. Now, good thing is that even if we did not get the 2:30 game, we were not going to be worried too much, because the Lakers play at 7:30. That's the late game that night. Is 7:30. So that would have been fine. I'd have been down with that one. But 2:30 is better. They'll be up till 10 o'clock. You can go to bed whatever you want to. If you don't want to finish Lakers Nuggets, you don't have to worry about finishing Lakers Nuggets.
And Bob, you have been monitoring the return status for the Jokic stopper,
Derek Lively, which, by the way, condolences to Derek Lively, his mother. We played that audio when he was coming out from the draft when when the Mavericks picked him, that his mother had cancer since he was like 8 years old, and it was just the two of them, and she was a big part of his life. She passed away unfortunately at the end of last week. But he was a full go at practice on Tuesday. And so the Lively Gafford rotation looks closer to returning. It's just, you hope, if you are going to make a deep playoff run, that he's able to sustain health that he's not shown he's been able to so far this season.
And what do you think that does for the Clippers matchup?
So this is interesting because McMahon had talked about this the other day. I know we referenced that the whole series, the last series that the Clippers and the Mavericks played in the playoffs, flipped when Ty Lue said, we're going small ball. Like, when Luka starts just identifying and destroying Zubac, we got to pull him out, go small ball. And then that completely changed the context of the series, and the Clippers ended up winning it. So since that time, if you just look over the last 2 years, Zubats plays about 4 fewer minutes per game against the Mavericks than he does his average. And so they've continued to go a little bit smaller, limit his minutes, things like that. It's going to be really tough to play that small ball lineup if you've got Lively and Gafford rotating consistently. You're gonna be able to play that lob game all day long, and that's what Luka will settle for. He'll go, okay, all right, you're not gonna let me seek and destroy. We're not gonna just ISO. We're not gonna do this or that. All right, we'll just lob it up over your 6'8" defenders.
It'll be like Edie out there. We're at pick and rolls all day.
Oh,
all day.
They could just draft the player that played 5 minutes for Draymond.
Yes, Simpson.
Yeah. Shut us down.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have a chance.
Just like Draymond thought was going to happen.
They'll just quit.
That is good news for Derek Lively in the return. We'll preview the series with Chuck Cooperstein at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, and the return of Lively to me is going to be, like we said, that'll be really important because of the way that you're able to consistently split a 24-minute rotation, because that's typically how they've done things. They've just split it right down the middle. The problem that you've run into right now, and the problem that you would run into this series, is that if Lively wasn't back and you're just running Gafford, you're now looking at working in more Kleba, you're working in Powell, and that's the same sort of offense that gave you trouble last time.
Bad injury news for the Milwaukee Bucks. According to Woj, they are preparing to be without Giannis for the start of their series against the Pacers. They're hopeful that treatment on his left calf strain will allow him to return sometime later in the series. The Bucks open against Indiana Sunday in Milwaukee. The Pacers won 4 or 5 regular season games against the Bucks, and Giannis missed the final 3 regular season games after crumbling to the floor with that non-contact injury. Still felt like it was a big bullet that was dodged. Giannis ended the regular season as the first player in NBA history to average 30 points a game on 60% shooting.
Played 5 times the regular season? That seems a lot. That seems more than they must have played It must have been the in-season tournament they must have played in.
The IST counts. And the IST that's supposed to, the Adam Silver maybe wants to factor into the playoffs.
Okay, so
the Lakers should, if they're going to make it, Lakers should start the series with a 1-0 lead.
We agree that the IST was stupid.
Wait, say that again?
If they want to make the in-season tournament really matter, guarantee the winner a playoff spot and you get a 1-0 series lead.
So here's the thing.
You know what I mean? Like, give them a 1-0 lead.
The NBA is talking about using the IST, the in-season tournament, as the new playoff tiebreaker over head-to-head results. That's something that they're kicking around, seeing what NBA teams feel about it. But
that would really be interesting. They're up 1-0 on Denver.
Yeah, they got and Denver starts game 2 at home. So they lose a home game.
I mean, there are ways you could place value on. Here's the problem: is that
that'd be great.
If this in-season tournament,
they'll never do it, right? They want the playoff games. They want to lose playoff games.
If the in-season tournament is not good enough or interesting enough on its own, and I don't think
the numbers showed it was.
That's
in fact, there's a lot of NBA numbers I'm about to question here in a second, but the numbers, according to the league, it was a great success.
Yeah, and so I would look at it and say that, first off, I don't think, and we talked about it at the time, it was not like significantly better in terms of TV ratings, like adjusted for the change in the way that they've changed viewing ratings. Nielsen has.
Well, I assume a in-season tournament game in November, December was viewed more than a regular season game.
Right. But it wasn't it was up, but it wasn't up like significantly to where it's like, oh, this is like playoff basketball. To me, I didn't think it was interesting enough basketball. Like I didn't think the product was good enough. And so to me, if it's not good enough, you should not then try to salvage it by putting weight or importance on it. Instead, you should worry about fixing whatever the product is, getting people interested, getting players interested enough in it. And then if you want to start tying things to quality basketball, that's fine. But I don't think it automatically improves the product by saying, well, let's put importance, like let's put weight on it. Let's tie something important to it so that then they'll have to play harder. Like, to me, it's just improve the product.
Yeah, but they're treating it as an absolute win, which it was for them ratings-wise. Again, question ratings all you want. They got they got 4.5 million viewers on ABC and ESPN. It was the most watched non-Christmas game during the regular season in 6 years. So they're trying to couple that and factor that into the playoffs. It's just all this is really confusing. Like when you get, it's for me trying to figure out soccer. Is Messi winning the championship? Is he not winning the championship? What are the different leagues?
That's what Silver wanted. Like Silver has said, he wants it to be like that. He wants it to be like these tournaments that take
international
place.
Friendlies. And all
that's what he wants.
Because I don't understand these other NBA numbers, and I was waiting on you to send this in your prep to pick apart everything. Attendance was up 1.4% in the NBA this year, with the league setting a slew of records for ticket sales and sellouts. The total attendance in the regular season was the second consecutive year in which the NBA set a record. 873 sellouts, record. 71% of games selling out, record. And the average attendance, 18,324 throughout the league, a record. In all, the league set arenas were filled to 98% capacity, and the Dallas Mavericks were one of 10 teams to sell out every game. Fans from more than 150 countries and territories purchased tickets to games. The feeling that we've been having on this show is that the NBA has been declining. So what do you say to all these numbers?
Look, it's the attendance numbers. Those are good numbers. It's good to have all those sellouts up
if they're true.
But as we know that teams buy up remaining allotments and they donate them.
Teams.
What?
Maybe this team here.
This team. Yeah, we know this team does. That was the worst kept secret of the 2000s, is that they would buy them up and then donate them to kids, to youth groups. That's great. It's a good thing for organizations to do, but they fudge the numbers. In terms of the rates, they were up 1.5%. Is that what it was?
1.4.
That's a good look. I don't know if that's in the margin of error, but that's good. And TV packages.
Does it feel to y'all like the NBA is on the rise?
So that's that. I guess that's the question. Like, yes, last year we felt like the brand for Major League Baseball and the quality of play for Major League Baseball went up, right?
Yes.
So to me, I think that the brand of the NBA can go up, and we can still look at it and say the product is not. Like to me, the product is still declining.
I agree.
It can be so. If that's the branding, if that's their value is going up or the interest, we can look at that and objectively say, I guess, a little bit. But to me, I still look at it and go, like, the actual product is not where it needs to be.
And I think, real quick, sorry, I think certain markets being in competitive situations matter. The Knicks being competitive helps the NBA TV ratings.
Yeah.
The like a team like the Red Sox or the Yankees not being competitive hurts Major League Baseball's TV ratings throughout the course of the year. The Knicks are a good team, so they're gonna boost TV ratings across the board because you're adding 10 million people or however many people watch a Knicks game.
Do we now have proof that the Texas Rangers have fixed their biggest kryptonite? That's next on the Home of the Champs. Hump Day Edition continues with Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead and get you set up with GiveMeTheVin.com. How does it work to sell your car online? Well, I'm glad that I asked. Prepare to be impressed because it's never been so easy and hassle-free. Then at GiveMeTheVin.com, you make the deal, free pickup or drop-off, get paid and done. And you have the words from the CEO himself. Yes, I will go ahead and pay you $100 if GiveMeTheVin.com cannot beat your CarMax offer. So if you've been thinking of selling, you better do it soon. Prices may never be the same. GiveMeTheVin.com makes it simple, fast, and easy. All you have to do is go to GiveMeTheVin.com, put in your VIN number, couple of pictures, and get ready to be rocked. They offer amazing customer service, hassle-free selling process. It's a 60-second bid, pressure-free service, and free pickup. GiveMeTheVin.com, where you can get your check on the spot. GiveMeTheVin.com is America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear. Coming up.
dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And just a reminder, Tolos, the Pats of the Draft is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at one of the 8 DFW Pluckers locations Thursday, April 25th.
So here's McKinstry, left-handed batter. First pitch, he swings, grounds on right side, through the hole into right field to base hit. Green hits second, he hits the third, and the ball gets by the right fielder Carter and rolls to the wall. 1 run scores. McKinstry held up at third by the third base coach. A run scores. Riley Green touches the plate. The Tigers on the board first on a little league triple for Zach McKinstry.
Sandler with a call yesterday afternoon here on your home for Rangers baseball, and they'll do it again today with an 11:30 pregame on 105.3 The Fan as the Tigers win 4-2.
E9 Carter.
That's what we call him, man.
E9 Carter.
Yeah.
That was a bad error.
It was a bad error. McLemore's trying to defend it in the post game. And I get it. I see what he was trying to do because he's, have you ever seen like a base hit up the middle and the ball will kind of zigzag through the grain of the grass going out as it's rolling?
Yeah.
And that was kind of happening on that play.
Bassick,
and he's like, he just booted it. And it's like, all right.
Bassick, no, I'm not falling for that. Bassick was talking about, well, this is there for some decent points from Mike. He's like, was that ball snaking? I think
it was snaking. Yeah.
Is it snaking? As this is the first game that they played on grass since spring training, so maybe that screwed with Evan Carter.
Is that why they have all the injuries? They've been playing on turf.
They played on grass the day before on the same field. And second,
maybe the series he was talking about.
Yeah, and then second of all, these guys have been playing on grass in the outfield since they were 6 years old. I assure you, 2 weeks is not gonna remove all that.
What's going on with Evan Carter? I texted you guys yesterday something not very nice after one of his later at-bats. He's starting off the year hitting .211. He's got 2 home runs, 5 runs batted in, and his OPS is .742.
He scored 5 runs this season before he got his first hit.
Wow.
He's still to this day. We're talking middle of April. He still right now has more runs scored than he does hits this season. He has 13 runs scored to 12 hits. Because he gets on base a ton.
Okay, you're like Jonah Hill because he gets on base.
Exactly.
His on base is .338.
In fact, I'm trying
That's
to look. I think that the last 2 games here, that's 2 of only 3 times so far this year he hasn't gotten on base in a game. And the bat was starting to turn around a little bit, starting with the first Houston series. Since then, that's the last 11-game stretch that he's played. He's hitting .286. So the bat was starting to come around there a little bit. It's just these last couple of games in Detroit have not been good.
Yeah, it's just basically his last 12 at-bats have been pretty bad.
3 strikeouts. I don't think we're going to see many stretches or many games in Evan Carter's career where it's like he's 3 strikeouts and he's going down that.
Yeah,
easy.
and there was that bat yesterday. He looked very uncomfortable against the lefty, and he was just bailing out. That front foot was in the dugout already.
That was the at-bat I was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, he did not look comfortable up there at all. Because going into the game, if you just take away yesterday's game, his OPS was below league below not below league average, but not below 800. But it was manageable. The batting average was a little bit below league average, but it was manageable. You throw yesterday's in there, okay. Well, now your OPS is still above league average, but barely, and your batting average is now about 30 points below league average, and that's not good. And he is young, and this is something the league is adjusting to him. We knew that there was going to be adjustments made to him. There was no scouting report on him when he came up last year, none. And teams were kind of scared of him because they didn't know what to do. And now they're kind of figuring that out, and this is the general progression of a kid, is that they've got to make adjustments now. And now they have to adjust to the league's adjustments.
So I've been relying on Evan Carter for my entertainment value. I've been relying on Wyatt Langford, and much has left to be desired because this is a boring baseball team right now. But we are maybe getting some hope. We are maybe getting a little flicker with Jack Leiter pitching tomorrow.
Jack Leiter tomorrow. This is fun. It is. I don't even care what he does. Like, I just want to see him pitch. I want to see him throw.
I care a little bit.
I mean,
what he
yes,
does.
you care, but it's like this is not going to be. We're not going to make determinations on his career based on tomorrow. You're seeing hope. You're seeing a future. You're seeing another first-round draft pick make it to the show, which this team is on a nice little run with, and that's key. And if you go back, I went back. You want to be depressed for a second here?
No.
All right. Well, that's no good. I went back and looked at all their first-round draft picks since the year 2000. There are some names here you never heard of. And they were on a really bad stretch of having players not even make the bigs that were first-round draft picks. But since 2019, they've been on a run, man. Josh Young, he's done okay.
Yeah.
Wenzel, been up.
Just too injury prone, according to Cooperstein.
Right.
Let's ask him about it at 8.
Foscue, he's been up. Got hurt, but he's been up.
Yeah, he was up for an at bat.
Yep. Leiter, about to be up. Wyatt Langford, already up. The only one that hasn't since 2019, that was the first round draft that hadn't been up, is Kumar.
Yeah, and it's because he tore his UCL.
And it's because he has a Tommy John. Now, you want to go prior to that? Ooh, Cole Winn, Chris Cease. Bubba Tots has been up. Cole Reagans, did nothing here. Dylan Tate was traded. Luis Ortiz, Travis DeMeritt, Alex Gonzalez, not that one.
Chi-Chi.
Colin Wiles, Joey Gallo. You have to go back to Joey Gallo as the last one that made any impact. That was in 2012. And before that, I mean, you got to go back to...
Jake Skoll.
You got Jake Skoll. You got Mike Holt. Did nothing. Luke Jackson, Zach Cohn, Lewis Brinson, Kevin Matthews. Shepard's fine. Smoke did well elsewhere. Tommy Hunter did okay. You got to Teixeira for really anybody that did anything.
So really, John Hart is what we need again. We need John Hart in his scouting.
John
department.
Hart, right? Absolutely, John Hart. They had a bad stretch of first round draft picks. And the league doesn't generally nail their first round picks in Major League Baseball the way they do in other sports because they're taking a lot of risks on high school kids. But the Rangers have finally started to hit. And what did they start to do differently? Is they really kind of started to take more college kids. Young, Wenzel, Foscue, Leiter, Kumar, Langford, all college players. And if you go back before that, they were doing a lot of high ceiling, low floor high school prep players, and they just didn't pan out. College kids are sometimes a little bit safer because you've seen them produce at a level that doesn't have basically glorified rec players on it. And that's what high school baseball can sometimes be.
Sam Dykstra over at MLB Pipeline said that Jack Leiter actually leads the entire minor leagues this year in strikeouts off the fastball. He struck out 24 guys with the fastball. It's averaging 96 miles per hour with 18 inches of vertical break, which they say is similar to like a fastball from Glass now.
Ooh, okay.
Except he's 5'11" and Tyler's like 6'5".
Maybe I can have dinner with Jack Leiter, like Tyler. O.J. Simpson's team is backing off the very aggressive statement, not the Buffalo Bills, not the, what was the name of their offensive line, Bobby?
Which offensive line?
The Bills offensive line.
During O.J. Simpson, I don't know.
Okay.
The offensive line?
I'll just test
the Hogs?
Not the Hogs. Do you know what it was, Choppy?
I feel like I'm going to kick myself when you say it. Can you tell me the letter it starts with?
The Dream Team.
The Mob.
The E. Starts with the E.
The E. The E. The Executioners.
No, that was OJ. The Electric Company. That was the offensive line because they gave him the juice. The Electric Company. So OJ's team was very, very aggressive the other day after his passing.
Yeah, so the other day, his lawyer or manager, I should say.
Executor?
Now executor of his will, a guy by the name of Malcolm Laverne.
Yeah.
Fake name.
Malcolm Laverne and Shirley.
Boy, he sounds sleazy, man. He said his hope was that the Goldmans get nothing. My hope is they get zero, nothing. Them specifically, and I'll do everything in my capacity as the executor of the will or personal representative to ensure they get nothing.
Reports are that OJ owes the family over $96 million, and that they had been paid less than $135,000. And that the New York Post said that OJ was using a secret network of corporations operating only in cash. So that's how he went ahead and hid this.
So he hid the money. And now he has walked this back.
Yeah.
He has changed his tune, reversing his decision, and now saying like his claim will be accepted and it'll be handled in accordance with Nevada law, according to the Hollywood Reporter. So
And
he's walked it back.
Shutting down any CTE talk for the examination. He said that's a hard no. His entire body, including his brain, will be cremated. So he came out with a very harsh, cold statement. I hope the Goldmans get nothing. And then he got destroyed, and then he backtracked a little bit.
And I mean, obviously, the lawyer is the one doing the specific one. But just hearing that it's what did you say, Chop? Less than 130,000 or something, or you said 130,000. Like, he's an awful human being, or was an awful human being. OJ was. Like, I mean, that's just what this comes down to. He's a piece of trash, and
I think this executor was like really surprised that he was named.
He was very surprised he was named. He had no idea that he would be named executor. And, you know, he's the one it was essentially like telling the kids, hey, get your phone. Your phone don't belong in the goodbye room, and handled all the NDAs with his friends and family, which, I mean, if I was one of his kids, I would have now, I don't know what their relationship is. They may have no relationship. They may not talk to OJ at all. But like, dude, you're going to put this guy as he's going to tell me what I can do.
And I think they're trying to get like $1.5 million for the Bronco.
Yes. So somebody owns the Bronco, and they're trying to sell it now. They were trying to sell it in the wake of OJ's death, and they think they can get about $1.5 million for it. I mean,
and that'll go to the Goldmans, right?
Well, no.
Exactly.
I don't think the family doesn't own this. Somebody else does. They got a collector.
Thanks, Bassick.
Now, what do you do? What do you do with the Bronco? You buy the Bronco. You're doing what with the Bronco? How are you driving the Bronco around town? Like, and are you going to say, put a sign on it that says, yes, this is OJ's Bronco?
Right? Yeah.
What would you do with the Bronco?
That's the license plate. You got to do something with the license plate. Change
OJ's
it up.
Bronco.
Change it up a little bit.
I
know I wouldn't get new registration on it.
That's like that sounds like a Mark Zuckerberg purchase. Like, we'll find out in years, like, Mark Zuckerberg's the one who actually bought the Bronco. It's sitting in a garage.
Are we about to get one of the biggest all-time heel moves in the history of sports? And RJ is going to make Bobby sick with a kegger dedicated towards you-know-who. That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Dallas Cowboys have a running back. Who says they're not all in? Good morning, Metroplex. Hump Day edition with Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. The show of Wales is coming up big today with Voice of the Mavs, Chuck Cooperstein at 8. Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, brought to you by Mr. Electric at 8:20. He is back from Augusta. And then Bruce Bochy at 9:20 here on The Fan. Who's in the Cowboy backfield, Bobby?
It's Royce Freeman.
All right.
Yeah. We've solved all of our problems. Royce Freeman, who was a 2018 third-round pick out of Oregon, has bounced around the league. This will now be his 5th team. Was okay for the Rams last year. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. He can do something. But, I mean, this is essentially, to me, this is the Ronald Jones signing from last year, where you signed Ronald Jones, and then ultimately you got to the end of training camp and said, all right, we're good enough for running back.
So he has no legs.
Yeah, I mean, he has legs, but yeah, for 6 years in the NFL, he has 1,700 rushing yards. So
that's almost like a good year.
Look, you just need a contribution, okay? And that's all the Cowboys are looking for, contributors.
An article has just dropped from our buddy Don Van Natta, the investigative reporter that nobody wants to see, over at ESPN on Bill Belichick and why he's unemployed. And I've read kind of through the first quarter of this thing, because how many words is this? I don't know. But in the hours leading up to the Falcons' hiring of Raheem Morris, Bill Belichick thought he had this job. He still thought that he had the job. And he had realized in the offseason, over drinks with another coach, that his way, his autonomy of head coach and general manager was a dying way of doing things in the NFL, and that he had told the Falcons, I'll work with the GM, I do not need total control, and I'm down to just coach. And the Atlanta Falcons went around their room of decision makers, voted on who the next head coach should be. Bill Belichick did not finish in anybody's top 3.
All right, so they probably voted, obviously, Raheem and then Vrabel. God, who else was...
I mean, Quinn. I have no idea.
Oh, yeah, it could have been Quinn.
No,
they wouldn't
Quinn
have had Quinn. He was
I'm
already
trying
there.
to remember. There was somebody else who was involved. But I mean, like, that speaks
a lot.
to
That's
how people feel about the Patriot way at this point. A lot of people are, I think, writing it off to, okay, so it was Tom. Like, that's how it seems like people are approaching the Patriot way.
Well, not
now.
that it was Tom. I don't necessarily agree with that, but we don't want to put up with this guy. We don't want to put up with his way of doing things. I don't think anyone would question that, like, if you had an NFL quiz, that Bill Belichick would smoke everyone in the room. That's the way I feel about it. If you're going to design a one-day game plan to win, Bill Belichick is the one that you would pick. But you got to put up with him. And the players have to put up with him.
Yeah, the players don't want to play for a guy like that, I don't think, anymore. But, also his way of doing things in terms of control. It's just not reality the way the sport is going. Now, he could pledge all he wants that he doesn't need all the team control. Like, okay, like, it's one of those things where you got to prove it. Well, how are you going to prove it? Well, you need a job. Well, is anybody going to take that risk?
Well, he should have control, in my opinion.
Of personnel?
No.
That's the thing.
No, after the player, yeah.
Like, that's what they're talking. That right is that to me is the holdup.
After the general manager picks the players, then Belichick should have control of everything.
Like, in terms of roster construction, if he wants to have control of the game plan, yeah. But
you're not totally buying that he's not getting involved in personnel.
He could say all he wants, but at the end of the day, he's still the guy that's got Parcells still heavy-handed. Like, when Parcells came here, he didn't have full control, but he was still a much more potent voice than Dave Campo was in the building.
It's like LeBron saying, "This is Anthony Davis's team."
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, right. Who took the last air ball yesterday before Anthony Davis got the rebound? It was LeBron, and it's going to be LeBron. But his leadership style turned off the league. Robert Kraft in New England wanted to get rid of him after the 2022 season, but his son Jonathan talked him out of it. So they kept paying him a reported $25 million a year. This offseason, he's expected to sign up with Peyton Manning's Omaha Productions. So we'll see what happens with Monday Night Football or something else. and he's believed to be biding his time, according to this Don Van Natta piece, for openings for teams he told confidants he'd be interested in coaching. The New York Giants, the Philadelphia Eagles, and Detroit Lions? No, Dallas Cowboys. A source who spoke with a longtime friend of Belichick, though, said, I don't think he'll ever be a head coach in the National Football League unless it's for Jerry.
Wow, yeah, and there's another line here that when he was going through the process of trying to figure out where he could end up, that it said Dallas was a potential suitor. It said, on paper, the Cowboys seem to make sense. Belichick and Jerry Jones are decades-long friends, and both are in win-now mode, allegedly. Nobody is better than Belichick at converting a talented roster into a championship team, and Belichick told a friend that he liked the idea of sticking it to the crafts by working for Jerry Jones. But Jones, for all his flash and bluster and vows this offseason to go all in, is change-averse when it comes to head coaches, and decided quickly after Dallas's blowout loss to Green Bay that Mike McCarthy would coach the final year of his contract. So Belichick had interest here. That's like confirmed interest now that we know about. But this reads like, I mean, obviously not haven't gone through the whole thing yet, but like just reading sections of this, it's almost pathetic. Like it's like Belichick is just like sitting there going like, please give me a job. I'll do whatever you want, please. And people are just like, no.
Yeah.
And like it makes me wonder, like, does Popovich run into this today?
What other all-time great coach could run into this? Like even Phil. I mean, Phil got his chance with the Knicks. Now, he did not have a nasty ending with the Lakers like Belichick had with New England to turn people off. Like, if Belichick walks away from New England after the last championship, he's probably hired.
Oh, he's hired in seconds.
Yeah.
There's a stain.
Yeah, there's a stain.
You know, we like talked about this, like the prime of somebody, you know, at the fade. And it happened to Bill. It has definitely had the end completely changed. There were people 20 months ago who universally said he was the greatest coach of all time without hesitation. And now, is it even 50-50 anymore? The amount of people that crap on his career now, I think it's clearly not remotely close to what it was. I mean, he was almost 100%. And now if he's higher than 60%, I'll be stunned.
I think a lot of this, the reason why you mentioned in the article there where it talked about culture, like less even so maybe than personnel, like some of it was culture, like his style, the way that he does things. I know there were, like I had heard around the league, there were a lot of people in personnel departments at other teams that were like, if we hire Bill Belichick here, I quit. I'm leaving. I'm not working with him. And so, I mean, if teams get a sense like there's going to be a revolt in their department over hiring the guy, they're just not going to do it.
There was almost a golf revolt over the rumor that Rory McIlroy was going to live.
He has denied this, telling Golf Central he's never received an offer and he'll play on the PGA Tour for the rest of his career. But there was a report out there from a London daily that says Rory had he was about to take an $850 million offer to go to live. I hit live. So this would have been the absolute kick in the pants to the PGA Tour. This guy, now if I'm Rory, I'm telling the PGA Tour to go screw themselves. They threw you to the wolves, and they didn't even tell you they were going to join a partnership with Live. They let you go and sit on that wall. Like Lieutenant Colonel Nathan R. Jessup, whatever it is.
You need me on that wall.
You were going to tell him to sit on that wall for you and take all the bullets, and then you're going to go and you're going to do this back channel deal, and you're going to go and join Liv and try to do a partnership with Liv, the PIF. If I'm Rory, I'm taking the $850 million. I'm running.
And then you get destroyed for the rest of your life as a traitor
or
a liar.
But now you're a billionaire, and if you're a billionaire, you tell everybody else to go spit.
Isn't it like it definitely sounds like he's softening his position though?
Yeah, he's
like with his words, because I mean we've gone from I hate Live to everything else to this one. The quote he gave was, "I've made it clear over the last 2 years that I don't think Live is something for me." That's how he's talking about now. He's like, doesn't mean that I judge people that have went over and played over there. He said, who are we to judge them for that? It's like, well, it felt like you were kind of judging people for a good year, but I guess not anymore.
A Caitlin Clark Kegger.
Hit the Caitlin Clark Open, Sean. We got to make a Caitlin Clark Open for Sean.
A Caitlin Clark Kegger. This is from RJ Choppy, who sent multiple stories yesterday as the whole world was reacting to the WNBA salaries and much more.
Yeah, I have 4 Caitlin Clark stories here.
Whoa,
whoa,
love it, Chop.
Here we go. Number 1, an anonymous WNBA GM says that he would trade his entire team, or she would trade. I don't know if it was a male or female. It's anonymous. Would trade their entire roster for the number 1 overall pick to get Caitlin Clark.
The Mike Ditka theory.
It's a very Mike Ditka theory. And I have to say, this is a wonderful idea. You either have a winning NBA team or you have Caitlin Clark, and you'll be in last place. And guess what? Caitlin Clark in last place will outdraw the best WNBA team. They will outdraw them. They will outrate them on TV. They will get 36 out of 40 TV, national TV games.
Aren't they changing arenas or something?
Yeah, so in Vegas, when they were the Las Vegas Aces, by the way, the best team in the sport. They win it all every year. Kelsey Plum, all the things. They play, I think it's in the Cox building, and they're moving when they play her next door. The Thomas and Mack Center where UNLV plays, the big arena.
It's time for the ladies' man.
And they're doing it just for her. Bigger arena, more seats. The Cox Center is basically a glorified high school gym. It's 2,000 seats. It's where they play a lot of summer league games. It's quaint, it's cool, whatever, but it's very, very small. It may be more than 2,000. But they're going to move that. And I would much rather have Caitlin Clark than be the best team in the WNBA. I'm 1,000% selling more tickets. And then I'll get a high draft pick, I'll rebuild my team, and then eventually I'll be good when she is going to be great. That's how it works. Short-term gain here. So that's one of them. Next one. The contract.
Yeah.
All right. So obviously we talked about this yesterday. Her 4-year rookie deal totals $338,000. Meanwhile, Victor Wembanyama's rookie deal is 4 years, $55 million. Katie Couric. Was a journalist. I don't know what she is now. She posts this on Instagram. She has 2 accounts that she posts this on.
Oh, she's an influencer.
No, your eyes aren't deceiving you. You're looking at more than a $12 million pay difference between the first playing years of Caitlin Clark and last year's number 1 pick in the NBA draft. Did you know that Clark made an estimated $3 million in name, image, and likeness deals during her senior year in Iowa? Oh, and 2 hours after joining the Fever, she became Fanatics' top-selling draft pick in any draft night in history. The previous record holder was Trevor Lawrence. Curious about their stats? 31 points, yada, yada, yada. Wembanyama averaged 22 points heading into the draft. Hashtag everyone watches women's sports. And the comments here show me no faith in humanity. Completely ignoring any remote give a crap about who watches, how many people watch, how many people buy tickets, the structure of the NBA, the fact that it's had a 100-year start on the WNBA almost, completely ignoring any of that and just going with, hey, equal play, equal pay.
Jamel Hill, everybody's favorite, chimed in.
Love her.
For years, WNBA players have fought for more money. And when they were outspoken, so many of y'all told them to shut up or reminded them how they had no value. The NBA has had 50-plus years of investment, media coverage. After 27 years, the WNBA will not be the current NBA, so stop comparing them. The salary, though, for context, Caitlin's salary for 4 months of basketball, 40 games. Players also receive a free apartment plus car. It doesn't make the salaries acceptable, but now you know why so many women's players play overseas to boost or supplement their income.
Yeah, and they do. That's why Brittany Griner went to Russia. She wasn't in Russia to get more weed pens. She was in Russia.
No, she brought those with her.
She was in Russia to go play basketball, to go make $30,000 in a month. The WNBA players are not paid well. They also don't generate a lot of revenue. And that's a problem. That's the problem. They also, their collective bargaining agreement, the NBA's and Major League Baseball's, it's basically a 50-50 split, right? You get $10 billion in revenue a year, and you pay out $5 billion in salaries. It's a $5 billion goes to the players in some form of retirement, salaries, all the things. That doesn't happen in the WNBA. They got to get a better CBA.
We may have to apologize to this famous Dallas Cowboys quarterback because of dad bods. Plus, we'll chop it up during the commercial-free expressway. Then Chuck Cooperstein, Matt Pittman, and Bruce Bochy. Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Continuing on the Fan. Yeah, I messed up, Bobby. Stop staring at me.
experts.
Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavericks, previews the Clippers series at 8. We'll ask him what he's hearing about Kawhi Leonard's knee. It's a Meet Church Wednesday with Matt Pittman, brought to you by Mr. Electric, and then Bruce Bochy to talk about his struggling offense at 9:20 this morning on your home of the World Series champs. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We're going to chop it up here coming up momentarily with Raph James. But first, I may have to apologize to Tony Romo because of Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick, I don't know what his middle name is, Mahomes, was talking about dad bods. He did an interview with Time Magazine.
Levon, by the way.
Levon.
That's his middle name, yep.
Okay.
He's a junior.
Nice. He's a junior. So they're doing interviews with GQ, Esquire. Was it Vogue? Vogue was with Angel Reese. And now Time Magazine said, I definitely have the dad bod a little bit. I'd also say I have a great body for a quarterback. You've got to have some padding in there to take the hits that we take. Do we, Shan the Sheriff, owe Tony Romo a bit of an apology? We, with great prejudice, did bring up some love handles and man boobs and dad bod issues that we saw. There was a famous photo that we captured on our phones in 2010 that barely had cameras on them. Of a guy that was a little fluffy at training camp. And here's the GOAT, or wannabe GOAT. And if you look at the other GOATs around, Brady was never jacked. He was very, very skinny at times. Manning, the other Manning, Ben. Ben was fat, let's be fair.
Well, at the end.
Stafford's had beer face his whole life, right? Drink face.
Still skinny, though.
Still, yes, but not. Is he shredzy? Do you have to be shredzy?
I don't think he was ever chunky.
I saw a belly.
I'm trying to think if there was...
Russ was thicker.
Russ is thick. Is Tua's a little thick, isn't he?
He wasn't that the thought process. They said he needed to get thicker and learn how to fall or something. So, I guess he got there. But I can't think of a single, ripped quarterback, though.
Career? You talking about, a great one?
Yeah, like any of the...
Was Cam, I don't know. I just assumed Cam was just
Cam was probably
unit.
Jacked. Yes. Oh, look, if Mahomes believes in that and he's right, then I would owe an apology to Romo. Where I was like, okay, he could be in a tad bit better shape. Or was he keeping some cushion for the pounding?
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you were going
I know. I was trying to think of another. I was trying to get out of it. Some cushion for the pounding. I don't know if that's much better as a phrase.
Really.
No, not really.
No.
What do you make of this theory, Bob?
I could see it. Look, if he's Patrick Mahomes, I don't think he'd just drop that. And Patrick Mahomes is definitely super committed to working on his body and tweaking things during the offseason. He works relentlessly with Bobby Stroop, who had the APEC facility out here in Fort Worth for forever. It's the same one Derek Holland goes and trains at.
Well,
but because of that, I got to think that his physique is intentional. So if that's the case, then it probably, you don't want to. How many times do we hear that discussion about receivers and stuff like that, where they're like, their frame, it's a little too small. They're going to get broken in half playing this game.
So, yes, Tony, if that was the intent, then I do officially apologize. Maybe I'll apologize to him in person tomorrow when we're out there at the Celebrity Classic.
We will be at the Invited Celebrity Classic at Las Colinas Country Club tomorrow. It's going to be a fun event. We have not been out there for this, but it's every year this thing takes place, and this is where you're going to have guys to the Champions Tour. So you're going to have former, PGA Tour golfers that you probably have heard of in the past. You've had Retief Goosen and Ernie Els out there. And then, of course, you're going to have Tony Romo's and John Smoltz's and DeMarcus Ware's of the world, Adam Thielen, a lot of guys that Greg Maddux, they'll all be out there.
Don't bring up Thielen's name.
Why? He was great. He was fun.
But he said he was going to come in studio with us.
That's true.
And maybe sign with the Cowboys. Or we may have made that part up, but he was going to come in here and putt.
that would not be the first player that told us they wanted to sign with the Cowboys, and then the Cowboys said, we have no money.
Who's the other?
We're poor. I mean, I think you can, if people want to guess by deducing how many people we've had come in the studio recently, you can figure it out.
Speaking of the Cowboys, Stephen Jones yesterday made national news by saying, look, 5 years. We all have a certain amount of money to spend in 5 years, and we have done that. We spend all the money available. When it comes to the salary cap, and the KNC Masterpiece also asked Steven, are you set on Tyler Smith being a guard, or could he still be moved to tackle, with offensive line talk dominating for the Cowboys in round one?
Well, versatility is a huge thing, and that's what Tyler Smith brings to the table. The fact that he can swing out there, and if we feel like there's a better fit at guard or center, and knowing that we have a player like T.J. Bass there, then we can look at it. And as I said, we like Waletzko. He's had a couple of things injury-wise, and we hadn't necessarily needed him. And same goes for Awesome Richards. We feel like we got some answers there at tackle. I think the bigger thing is we've got a young player in Hoffman there at center, but there's some guys that we may give a chance there to snap the ball. It's not out of the question that T.J. Bass gets reps at the center position. So all these things will work into our strategy as we move forward.
Yeah, which, I mean, Bass did take some snaps at center during practice last year. So, I mean, they've cross-trained him. They've gotten ready. I still say, when you look at how the draft is supposed to break down and everything else, like, it makes the most sense to me that they take a center, because they feel like TJ Bass can be an NFL starting guard right now. Is he top of the league? Maybe not, but they feel like he can hold his own and he can start there for 17 games. And they know Tyler Smith can hold down left tackle. Even if they think he's a better guard, they know he can do that. So in terms of just, doling out resources and responsibilities and everything else, they can cover pretty much all their bases except center with guys they feel like they have on the roster.
Okay. Except, so, I mean, that's a drafted.
Hoffman in a pinch, I think, like, if they have to, they would, but I don't think they'd feel super comfortable. They absolutely believe Bass is further along at guard than Hoffman is at center. And so that would leave you the one void right there.
Does anyone know Laura Sadler?
I've heard the name.
Okay.
Is that Jared's sister?
It's Sandler.
Oh.
Host of DFW's Morning News, Cliff. She's got 1,200 followers. She's reporting something about the Dak case, but I'm going to send this on over to Dak's attorney for confirmation, just to go ahead and see if this is the case. So while I stall and text before chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan, we'll also tell you about what the Eagles are thinking as we head into the draft. Howie Roseman said, because he's going to be trending, Howie's going to be trending along with the Ravens. The Eagles filled their needs in free agency so they can draft for talent, not need. That's usually a Cowboy philosophy.
Yeah, look, I mean, they it's funny. I don't know that they spend as aggressively to fill their needs via free agency. Like, even when they've done that, when they've covered their bases, it's not typically the tier level in terms of quality of player that the Eagles have gone after. But yeah, Dallas typically plays in these waters to some extent. They'll sign somebody. It's not just Eric Kendricks and Royce Freeman over the course of a month and a half. That is the stunning part of this to me. That's the biggest problem. It's not even the all-in thing of like, well, you didn't go out and sign a bunch of big people. You signed no one, really. And you let a lot of guys walk out the door while you're short a fourth-round draft pick. I don't know what it is that they think they're going to do to cover all their rosters, unless they're just planning on, hey, we're going to a bunch of undrafted free agents and see who gets cut in June. Like, that's the only thing that I can think their approach would be at this point, because they've got to get bodies at the very least.
In this Bill Belichick profile piece, was it Florio who said that Belichick didn't want them or the Eagles didn't want Belichick? I can't remember which way it was, but
he said, no, in the article they said the only teams they could see him going to, Philadelphia, the Cowboys, and or that he would want.
No, but there was something about media coverage. Bill didn't want a lot of large media noise, and I think he said that Jeff Lurie did not.
Yeah,
like
I think it
Bill.
was. I think it was. Yeah, he said the Eagles didn't want Belichick.
Yeah.
Is what it was.
Well, Don Van Natta and others from ESPN in this piece, in this Bill Belichick profile, says that's not true. That the Eagles had some discussions, and they believe that he still had his fastball because Belichick had nearly beaten them in the 2023 season opener. So there was talk Belichick would have had some interest.
Yeah.
And the Eagles were also interested.
Yeah, in this article it says he's biding his time until January for openings, and he's told confidants he'd be interested in coaching the Cowboys, Eagles, and Giants. Source spoke with a longtime friend of his, said the friend wonders if the coach will ever have another opportunity. Quote, I don't think he'll ever be a head coach again unless it's for Jerry Jones.
But there's a belief that Belichick will only coach until he gets 15 more wins, enough to pass Shula. So even though not seriously considering the move, Jeffrey Lurie, the Eagles owner, wondered to a friend, is it worth overhauling the building, changing personnel and philosophies on everything, from training staff to salary cap structure for someone who may only coach 2 years? Quote from a source, an Eagles source. You'd have to start over again. Who would replace him? He hasn't had a good record of developing coaches. They were afraid that he'll have changed everything in every person, and then you'll be starting from scratch again. He didn't demand those changes, but they felt like if we hire him, we have to give everything to him and trust how he does it. So that's the Eagles. Maybe lurking, but Jeffrey Leary, that Belichick would not be around after he gets the Shula record of 15 more wins. 2 years, basically.
Yeah, and look, I mean, that would be a tough spot to be in if he tears things down and then builds them up to his specs and he walks away pretty quick after that. That's not going to be as appealing to somebody who wants to walk in and do things in a very different way from the way Belichick does them, because Belichick's process is completely different from the way that most coaches handle things. So that's why I wondered if Jerry would say, well, for us, I just need to convince him to come in here and light a fire and push us over the edge. We both need this short-term gain. I need to get this team over the edge. He needs this. Let's just knock this thing out. And that was the one thing that I thought might open the door to it. But like it mentions in that article there, Jerry generally is averse to changing coaches, and he doesn't want to pay people not to work. He doesn't want to pay out a contract and like, here's 2 years to do nothing. If I'm paying you, you're doing something for me.
Also in this, Magic Johnson advocated to the Commanders owner for them to hire Belichick. However, Josh Harris had spoken to Robert Kraft about Belichick and decided not to. So that was Magic Johnson saying, go and hire Bill Belichick. And the new Commanders owner said no. Commanders doing something crazy with their quarterback meetings, by the way. Like bringing everyone in, sitting everyone down?
They're sitting down with the 3 big ones, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, and J.J. McCarthy. Those ones that are the other 3 that are considered to go in the top 5 or so that aren't Caleb Williams. But yeah, they're doing their due diligence, as the Cowboys would say. But it does feel more and more like it's building towards Daniels, the LSU quarterback.
Another note, Robert Kraft called Arthur Blank to warn him not to trust Belichick. Quote, Kraft was a big part of why the Falcons passed on hiring Bill. Kraft found Bill to be extremely difficult, kind of stubborn, and in the end, not worthy of his trust, and also very, very arrogant. So all the dirt, all the Patriot dirt is starting to come out. Chuck Cooperstein to preview Mavs-Clippers. Starting Sunday at 2:30 our time at 8 o'clock. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
We are about to see fewer fights on an airplane. Reclineless seats are coming to air travel near you.
You get your wish. Y'all get your wish.
I'd never recline my seat anyway.
I'm stunned when people do. I'm stunned when like that when people feel the comfort to just like, yeah, deal with this. I'm surprised.
Well, I'm so worried about
I won't ever do it.
What are you really dealing with? It barely goes back.
It's so tight in those spaces to begin with. I don't want any additional encroachment on my 1.5 by 1.5 foot space.
I don't mind it if I don't have my laptop out working. If I'm working, it is a nightmare.
I'm afraid it's going to get crunched.
It's going to get crunched. I've seen that. And it's also just very difficult to type when you have your computer out there. So if I don't have my computer out there, fine, do it. I don't care if I'm just sitting there. But if I have my computer, man, don't do that.
By the way, I have a Dak update. This is all coming from WFAA. Dak Prescott's accuser drops sexual assault lawsuit in Dallas County. But a follow-up from WFAA says that the lawyers for the accuser tells them they're refiling in Collin County. So I don't know what all that means, but at first I saw lawsuit dropped, but now WFAA says refiled in Collin County.
I have no idea. I don't know. Is that because I wouldn't know? Like, I mean, Dak I know the text of the thing said it was in Dallas County, but I don't know if it's because Dak filed first and Dax was in Collin County or like what it is. But yeah, this just seems like it's a procedural decision.
Oh well. So anyway, they're talking about removing.
We should get the attorney on to ask why they're doing it.
Yeah, y'all enjoy that.
Anyway, they're saying they're doing it. Why are they doing this? Not for anything that's like a good nature to avoid fights. No. They're doing this to reduce weight on the aircraft because like the reclining capability adds screws and mechanics, which if you add it up over 200 seats, weighs the plane down.
Oh, that's why all the planes are falling apart because we're reclining.
No. And then with the added fuel cost, it's going to allow them to keep the same price of tickets, but then also make more profit because they have less fuel drag, if you want to call it that.
That has been if you look at recent history, that's been a great decision for airlines and stuff like that. It has been the decision to try to maximize profits.
Right.
That's always
absolutely.
worked out really well for them.
Maximizing profits, but it's working so well for Boeing. So anyway, less fights on airplanes.
Are people fight about that, the recline?
Yeah, there was a big viral video a couple months back where a woman kept trying to recline her seat, and whoever was behind them kept pushing the seat up, and was like, no, don't do that. So that's one thing here that took place. Do you say you're sorry?
Oh, you got to get to the jacket.
Oh, okay, let's do the jacket one. Yeah, the jacket one. This was on a plane the other day. An airline passenger. Now, sidebar here. The airline passenger was a very old woman in a wheelchair. Wheelchair down to the plane. The family members had to lift her up and put her in the seat. Now, they gave her a middle seat, which, I mean, that's enough of a problem for you. But they hung her jacket over the seat back. So the jacket was covering the person's TV screen behind them. So the person in the seat behind them couldn't watch their TV screen because the jacket was wrapped around the seat and they couldn't watch TV.
Wow.
So this is so the person did nothing. It was like, I'm just going to fight through it. It's a 4-hour flight. I'm going to fight through it. I'm not going to do anything.
Oh.
I'm not going to say a word. It's an old lady. She's in a wheelchair. She probably didn't even know she has a jacket. That's how old she is.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of saying something and then being able to watch the TV. And I wonder how many people, based on who the person is in front of you, if it's some like jerky looking dude, that's one thing, but it's an old woman or an old man, are you saying something, doing something, or moving it yourself, or are you just going to leave it be?
I mean, I'm generally...
Bobby's not going to say anything.
Probably not. Just because it's like we're all stuck next to each other. That's like if it turns south, then it's just weird for the whole flight.
So this is just a jacket on the back of their chair. And what is that blocking anymore, though? Because I don't get any screens. Okay, there are still screens. I can't remember the last time we've been on a flight that had the screen on the back.
Not on your broke boy flights. On our bougie ones. Like when Chop and I are, flying in first class. We still have them.
When do you guys do that?
I mean, any other flight that I take that isn't.
You fly first class all the time?
I never fly first class, but I fly airlines where I know what my seat is.
I still get the screens on a lot of the American flights when I take them.
Okay. Yeah, I would say, hey, is it possible? Do you mind just so I can watch the TV? That's how I would approach it.
Would you ask her, or would you mention it to the flight attendant?
Her.
Okay.
That'll be a chicken.
But I mean, they sat her over there, so they probably helped her and contribute to that and just be like, hey, can we?
Ma'am, is it possible? And then she has to hold her jacket, and then she's got to try to scurry out to the aisle to put it up top.
Right. Yeah. Barely walk.
I can hold it for you if you want, and just chunk it under my seat.
Yeah.
Throw it in the back of the plane.
I think the way this thing is laying over me, what I would probably do is I would try to just kind of move it up and rest it on top of the seat, hopefully without her noticing.
And what if you push too high and it flops over and lands in her face?
Then I would just act like the plane did it on its own.
I mean, that's not the worst thing that's happened on a plane recently, so that's not too bad.
Very good, very good. Okay, so how likely are you to say you're sorry? This is interesting. Some people cannot admit when they're wrong.
Most.
Most?
One of the biggest weaknesses in society.
I can. I'm just never wrong is the thing.
Yeah. You're probably... You did it the other day with Kristen, and I was shocked. I was shocked you did it on air the other day. But choppy, pretty impossible. Me, not a high rate
here's
in my household either. Pepe, how are you with it?
I'm
sorry.
I think I'm 50-50. I'll try and fight it for the longest time, but if it'll end the feud going on, then I'll just say, you know what, it's my fault.
My wife's terrible at it. It will only happen, like, the blow up has to happen first between us, and then we're both at the end after the big fight. Maybe we'll say it at the end.
So there's two different questions, and I'm on the polar end of probably both of them. Admitting you're wrong about like debates like we have in here, I'm not going to do that. Saying like I'm sorry when I have done something wrong to someone, I feel like I'm fairly proactive at if I have been rude to someone.
It's much more difficult to say I'm sorry than admit you were wrong in the argument. So why do you choose the tougher one?
No,
that's what drives Sandler crazy. Yeah, like I may have been wrong.
Wait. You were making. Please finish your point. What were you saying about Sandler?
My whole life is writing apology letters. Like I write more apology letters than emails to the show. All I do is write an apology. I go around town.
What?
Just apologizing.
What's the last thing you apologized for?
I mean, I don't even remember. Like it was yesterday. I apologized for something.
I doubt that.
But I don't admit. Maybe that's to me is different than admitting you're wrong. I could easily say I'm sorry. I don't necessarily believe it, but I will say I'm sorry.
Okay, so you all think saying I'm sorry is easier than admitting you were wrong about something?
Yes.
When it comes to now obviously if you're wrong and you hurt someone and you have to apologize for that, then in that context, yes. In this context where we debate things or whatever, where it's a little bit more up to interpretation or it's like opinion based or whatever, then I'm just going to I can't do that.
Why? That's an extremely unlikable, annoying, hateable trait.
Well, I'm sorry, Sean.
And that's Sandler. That's Sandler's most hateable. Well, not most hateable thing about you, but one of them.
All right. So, what three zodiac signs would rather die than apologize?
Oh, mine has to be in there. I bet they're towards the end of the month, end of the calendar.
What? You're a
Scorpio.
Scorpio.
I bet Scorpio and Sagittarius are somewhere on there.
All right, let's find out.
My wife and I.
The first one is a Taurus.
What's that month?
April 20th to about May 20th. This is where Sarah falls into this one.
My mother,
I feel
too.
like Sarah she says she's sorry. They should rather die than do that. But they, for the most part, refuse to admit, carry the battle with them. Don't let them bring it to you. The old Harry Truman quote.
Okay.
Next one, Leo. July 23rd to August 22nd. An apology requires a certain degree of self-reflection and a shot glass full of humility. And Leos do not blank with the humble. They do not have humility at all. Big cats bring big energy. And finally, the last one on the list, Scorpio.
Yep.
There
October
it is.
23rd to November 21st, rulers of the basement realm of secrets of transformation, well-versed in manipulation and adept at inverting blame, gaslighting the offended party, deflecting culpability, and creating a scenario that makes the person seeking apology feel like they owe them one.
Yeah.
What a trait. What a trait. You're so wrong, and you argue it that the other person feels the need to apologize to you. What a trait that is, man.
I don't know. I feel like this sort of stuff here is like you just see what you want to see from the descriptions, and then you discount the ones that are not about you. Like whenever I hear people talk about like, well, I'm a Scorpio and I'm this, or I'm a Sagittarius and I'm this, and it's like, okay, but what about all these other things that I don't really feel are you? It's like, well, no, like I totally lean because like I don't even know what the traits are supposed to be, but I know every time somebody's read a Gemini to me, I'm like, I don't think that's me.
Look, this is one of the biggest flaws in all of society. It's why we all argue, yell, scream at each other. No one on either side can be like, oh, I was wrong about that. No, you got to dig in even harder. You got to triple down.
Oh yeah, double down.
You got to go.
down,
You got to go even stronger, and it is such a stubborn, jackass way of going about things, and it's really it's ignorant.
Yep. There's
ignorant.
They gave
Bobby.
an example of a Scorpio, Winona
Ryder.
It just says Winona. It's Winona Ryder. When she got caught shoplifting, she said she was just doing research. Just gaslighting the hell out of people. So shoplifting is research. Now, tax return time. I have not gotten mine yet. Haven't even done them yet. I'll do them eventually.
Got an extension, right?
Got an extension.
I just looked at my bank account during the last break. I saw the IRS payment debited out of my checking account.
Oh, no, already?
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's a bummer.
For some reason, my mother has mine, and she's been having it despite me bleeding money with this new house and all these projects. And the family accountant told me, oh, yeah, I don't have that. Your mom has it. She's going to bring it out to you when she visits in a couple weeks. And I'm hitting my mother up, and I'm like, do you have my... She's like, I can't believe you have a copperhead in your house. I said, I don't care about that. The real snake has my
tax return.
I said, why do you have my tax return? And why is it not in my bank account or in my possession? And why is the accountant not sending me the check like they do every other year after I fill out and file the paperwork? So I got this nice fat tax return coming to me when my mother decides that I can have it. I got to sign a permission slip apparently at the age of 42 or 40, whatever I am.
How old
42.
Are you? So
the casino has mine, by the way. I don't know why they had it, but they took mine.
The IRS has mine from last year. Still waiting on it. And I'll file my taxes this year when I get mine from last year. That's how it's going to work. That's how it's going to work, baby.
Good for you.
Two could play that game. All right, so what sign will blow their tax return this year?
Oh, big free spenders.
Big
money
spender.
burns a hole in their pocket.
Now, they have some background on some of these. Geminis are most likely to file an extension because they misplaced their W-2.
Oh.
Scorpio is busy burying assets in an offshore account and cash in their family plot. That sounds exactly like you. Aquarius hasn't just filed their taxes in years. They believe currency is a fetid social construct that can't be traced. Libra got married solely for the incentives. Cancer lied about their charitable donations.
Wow.
And Capricorns file early. So these are the ones that are most likely to blow through their tax return first. Aries, which is March 21st to April 19th.
Oh, that's tax time.
They are going through it, and they should be forgiven for doom spending their tax return on impulse and flourish. Next one is Sagittarius, which is right after you, November 22nd through December 21st. They're a good luck, good times kind of people. And then finally Pisces. So none of us are most likely to blow our tax return.
You would be the leader in the clubhouse, at least with the way that you used to just shop and splurge on things. I don't know how Sarah has changed that, but Amazon shopping, you would go and spend.
Yeah, now I would take my tax return to pay down my IRS debt that I currently have. That's what I would use my tax return.
I just endorse the IRS check and then hand it to a bartender at a free bar.
Peyton, are you a big shopper?
Kind of. I mean, I'm frugal with my money, though. You know, I'm not.
Oh, yeah, never mind.
Sounds like it.
Stupid question.
I'm looking at the clearance section right now.
The
what?
clearance?
The clearance?
Is it clearance?
Clearance.
Clearance.
Never. No one has ever said the clearance
it's close
section.
Enough. It's close enough, RJ.
I love you.
It's my southern accent.
You can't read.
You are a treat.
The clearance section.
You are an absolute.
That would be me though. The Gemini misplacing their W-2 because I did that this year. So. And I lose everything.
Gordon Ramsay or McDonald's?
Let's try to combo.
What's the difference?
Shot fired. I think you can say that and talk about the clothing decision that y'all made together.
Oh, with the winter clothes.
Yeah.
Rompers?
We took all of our winter clothes and we put them all in the other closet.
All right.
In somebody else's bedroom, in the kids' bedroom.
So it's over.
Winter's over. No more hoodies. I don't have any hoodies. I have no hoodies right now.
All right.
I've got no sweatpants. I've got nothing. I have made the decision, not Mother Nature, me, because we are in April. I've made the decision. It is summertime. The pool's open. I got, waist deep in the other day.
Oh, nice.
We got waist deep in. It's summertime, so we have made the decision. We have taken, because we don't have enough storage space. Our closet's way too small. Way too small.
So the cold, chilly April, you don't think is happening anymore. It's over. It's
it
done.
may happen, but I'm going to suffer through it.
All right.
Mentally, I'm through it. I was really jealous of your closet yesterday. Very, very jealous.
Well, her closet.
Your side of the closet is our closet.
Oh, okay.
Tiny closet.
So Monday morning when you wake up and you're heading into the station and it's supposed to be 58 degrees, you're just like, whatever.
It's a high 58.
You better hope tomorrow that we're good in Las Colinas outside. Now you better stick with this. Now you're set. It's a high of 89 tomorrow. This morning, every window was fogged up.
Yeah.
In my house, the car, all of it. But tomorrow, high of 89 and a 60% chance of storms. So maybe we'll be doing the show inside where it could be colder inside, but you are not allowed to put on pants or a hoodie. Let's preview Clippers, Mavericks with the voice of your favorite basketball team, Chuck Cooperstein. Starts off the whale list next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive. They're going to hook you up on that brand new vehicle at PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. They extended Ram Truck Month. I was just out there yesterday, saw the new GM, Chris Cosa, great dude, huge Tolo. Tell him I sent you over there. He's going to hook you up with that brand new vehicle. Ram Truck Month continuing. They did it in the month of March, and they're doing it again this month as well, and they have fantastic deals. 0% APR for 72 months on select Ram 1500s. They got the crew cabs, the quad cabs, Lone Star, Bighorn, Laramie Edition, anything you want. Limiteds, all of them out at PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. Of course, 2500s and 3500s. You can check out their awesome used inventory as well. I was looking on that the other day, and they've got tremendous deals on some trucks at PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. Customize those rides. It's right between I-20 and Highway 80 in Terrell. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com, or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
8 o'clock hour, and the guest list is about to get going. Matt Pittman, it's a Meet Church Wednesday, brought to you by Mr. Electric at 8:20. Bruce Bochy at 9:20 on your home of the World Series champs. But we have a time for Mavericks-Clippers Sunday, 2:30 Central in Los Angeles, and the radio voice of the Dallas Mavericks is joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Chuck Cooperstein. How are you?
Sean, RJ, Bobby, good morning. It's nice to know finally what we're doing and when we're doing it.
Did that surprise you, the game times?
No, not after the Lakers won. I think locally, our TV folks were obviously hoping to be able to see the Lakers and or Warriors, in that afternoon slot, because clearly that's what the NBA wants and what TV wants, because they're the numbers drivers. So once that was taken off the board, it was not surprising that game one would start then. And really, I'm not surprised. I'm a little surprised that they're playing Sunday, Tuesday, and then Friday, Sunday. I thought they'd go, play on Wednesday and then go Friday, Sunday. But again, it's a quick turnaround from Friday to Sunday. It's not quite a back-to-back, but again, you're losing a few hours there for television. So it's going to be a pretty difficult start to the series. At least as far as when you're playing and how you're playing.
How do you feel going into this series compared to the other times that these two have matched up with each other? What's the difference, if there is one?
Well, Luka's a whole lot better. He's the best player in the world. He wasn't the best player in the world then, even though he was really, really good and first-team All-NBA. I think that basically the best players for the Mavericks, and especially Luka, they've got 3 more years of experience in doing this and in being better. Because when the Mavericks played the Clippers, they were not a 50-win team. They've been a 50-win team in 2 of the last 3 years. To me, I look at the Clippers. They're really talented. They're very top heavy, but they do have some very good bench players like Norman Powell. But you look at Kawhi and Paul George and Harden. They're old. They're really old now. The schedule, and from that standpoint, the schedule doesn't really work in their favor either. Just the fact there's not as much turnaround as you might normally see until later in the series.
So is this a thing where, because of the age and even maybe even the depth issues, that if this thing's over in 5, the Clippers may have it, but if it goes 7, advantage Dallas?
Not necessarily. I don't necessarily buy that. I think the Mavericks want to run them as much as they can. Mm-hmm. They've played with much more pace than the Clippers have, although, the Clippers' fast break point numbers are actually pretty good. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of where the Mavericks are. I think Dallas is 8th and the Clippers are 12th. But I just think that, this team is far better suited to play a playoff series. This team is probably the best constructed playoff team the Mavericks have had since their championship season. And so, it's been a long time since we've seen something like that. They've had 50-win seasons and what have you, but this team is far better than the team was 2 years ago. And certainly, the prior time that they won 50 was back in 2015, and they got handled by the Rockets in the first round, but they weren't nearly that good. And here, they're playing defense at an elite level. They play offense at an elite level. They've got clearly, the most creative and most dangerous offensive force in the game in Doncic. And then you throw a sidekick in like Kyrie, who's got all of this playoff experience. Not all of it's been great. The last time, certainly in Brooklyn against Boston in that series a couple of years ago, wasn't very good. But he's won. He's won on the biggest stage. I don't think he's forgotten how to do that. And I think it's a huge plus for the Mavericks that they have that, and the fact that they're so much bigger and can be much more physical. The idea of now having Gafford and potentially Derek Lively, when he can get back to the series, the Mavericks haven't had anything like that to play against the Clippers, and the Clippers have been able to push them around a little bit, and that's not going to happen here.
Talking with the voice of the Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein here on Sean and RJ on 105 to the Fan. Coop, when you look at the matchup, because it's easy to look at it kind of in a vacuum and say, well, Clippers beat the Mavs 3-0 this season, but I mean, it was so long ago. The last game they played was December 20th. Clippers have struggled a lot since then. Mavericks are obviously a different team. Is it tough to even take anything out of the season series because these two teams are so different?
Yes. And by the way, it was 2-1 because the Mavericks scored 100. They scored 147 on them in the first meeting back in November. And, of course, that was right after the Harden trade, and they couldn't get out of their own way. They had no idea what they were doing out there, and the Mavericks made them look ridiculous. And then the second game was right after Thanksgiving, and the Clippers were begging to get beat that night, and the Mavericks may have played their worst game of the entire season with a real roster. We're not taking anything out of the last two games of the regular season. But Paul George was really good. Kyrie and Luka were good, but the rest of the team was awful in that game. And then the third game, that was closer to the real thing, but Paul George didn't play in that game. The Clippers still won that game. Kawhi was great in the fourth quarter, hit some huge shots there. But again, it is so long ago, and any judgment of the Mavericks really has to be made, I think, in with respect to what's happened since February 8th and the trade deadline. You can look at games from that point forward. And then maybe try to draw some judgment on the Mavericks, I think. But the fact that these two teams have not played since the 20th of December tells me that, no, this year it's the games this year don't really matter. But it's still, as we know, it's going to come down to the Mavericks somehow being able to handle Kawhi, keep him in check. And, Paul George was awful in the series in the bubble, but he was really good in the series in 21. Just make sure that he doesn't get crazy. And there's going to be a game that he might get crazy, but there's also a game where he might turn it over 8 times. So, I just love where the Mavericks are right now. They have as much confidence they've had at any time over, again, however many years it's been. So, let's go play. But, I think there's a little bit of mystery, I think, to game one. And that's the beauty of the playoffs, isn't it? There's a mystery aspect to game one. Everybody kind of gets a feel for that game. And obviously you want to win that game. But then, the real chess starts getting played in game two.
Chuck, are you hearing anything about Kawhi's knee?
Yeah, I'm not hearing anything. And with Kawhi, nobody hears anything until it's time for Kawhi to appear. But look, if I'm the Clippers, I've got to be concerned because he is their closer, and he is the defender that let's face it, when it mattered the last playoff series when Kawhi said, "I want to guard Luka." That's where it comes down to, because he still is when he's playing, and he's played a bunch this year. Much more so. He'd only missed 6 games all year, 6 of the first 80, 6 of the first 73 or 72 prior to these last games that he's missed. He's still an elite defender. He's a clutch player. He's a 2-time Finals MVP. That's the guy that you have to worry about if you're beyond anyone else from the Mavericks. And if he's not playing for the Clippers, not that you can let your guard down, because that'd be ridiculous at this time of the year, but it does make things a bit easier, I think, for the Mavericks to deal with.
When healthy, where would you put him in the stand in the league?
He's still he's a top 10 to 15 player in the league. Absolutely. He shoots. He shoots over 50 from the floor. He shoots nearly 90 from the line. He's an elite defender. He's not a great rebounder. Doesn't take a high volume of threes, but he started to take more threes, this year, and he shot them well. He shot 42% this year. Look, you don't want to guys that have playoff success. You don't want to mess with them. Okay, you want to let the sleeping dog lie as much as you possibly can. But if he's there, if he's playing, he's going to be a factor. He's got to be accounted for, more than anyone else that LA is going to throw out there.
Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavericks on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Chuck, how has the Luka, Kyrie on and off the court relationship evolved?
I'm not around them every day, but mean, clearly they respect each other's talents, and they, respect them, I guess, as people. I mean, I think the more time you're around someone, I think it becomes easier to understand that person, what they like, what they don't like, especially, whether it's playing, where do you want the ball? How do you want the ball? And even sometimes, when do you want the ball? It's the feel that both of them have for each other, that if they're cooking, if one of them's cooking, let them cook. And then, off the floor, I mean, I'm not around them, so I can't tell you how that's evolved. But I mean, I think it's pretty clear that those two have worked on it, really through the time from the time Luka came back from Europe in September. I think they understand that, they're the two that stir the drink. And that they've got to be able to get along, and and I think there's probably a sense of, let's face it, a lot of people thought this couldn't work, and a lot of people think two high-scoring, ball-dominant players can't play together. But as always, when we've had this situation before, it works because those guys really want it to work. And there's got to be sacrifice, and probably from one more than the other. And I think it's probably Kyrie that sacrificed a little bit more. But I think Kyrie came in with an understanding that this is Luka's team, and I'm going to learn how to play with him and off him. And I think they've done so magnificently. They're only the fourth duo to ever average 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists.
It was not too long ago that many of us wanted Jason Kidd's head on a platter. We were trying to figure out who the next coach would be in this offseason. What changed, and how do you feel about Jason making playoff chess moves with the microscope even more intense in the playoffs?
It was so preposterous. Frankly, people are stupid. Okay, because they don't know. They don't know what's happening. Around the team, in the locker room, dynamics of the team that may allow or force the coach to make the moves that he makes. I think he's certainly been helped by the trades and the arrival of Daniel Gafford and PJ Washington, because those two have allowed the Mavericks to play defense in a way that Jason Kidd has always wanted his team to be able to play. And Jason Kidd saw this in Los Angeles when he was an assistant to Frank Vogel and won a championship there. And they saw how length matters. Length and athleticism matter. And he was able to get that with Gafford and Washington. And then you bring Lively off the bench, long and athletic. You can then place a smaller version with Kleba, and you don't have to extend his minutes out, and it's made it far better. People get mad at Jason because he doesn't rant and rave and pick up technical fouls and things like that, and think he doesn't care. I mean, people I think fail to remember how Jason Kidd played. Jason Kidd was never the ranting and raving type of player. He was not getting technical fouls. He was thinking 5 plays ahead of you. And I think that's what he wants his team to do. Don't worry about that stuff. Go play the game. Just go play the game, and you're going to be okay. And look, even Luka, he's not had an official technical foul since February 27th. I think that kind of coincides with the fact that this team is turned around, and they are where they are. I mean, they've won 16 of 18 before the last 2 inconsequential games, and I think he deserves a ton of credit, much more credit than Mavericks fans, and maybe outsiders who aren't around the team. People can evolve. Coaches can evolve. And I'm sure Jason will tell you he's a far better coach now than he was in Milwaukee or Brooklyn. Far better coach. But he also has really good players now, and a chance that he knows that when he sends his team on the floor, they've got a real chance to win every night they go out there. And that makes a coach look good. Always. I mean, I don't know that he's the if you're talking top strategists in the league, ATOs and things like that. But I tell you what, now, for all the issues the Mavericks had last year in late game situations, not being able to score, this year they have been able to score. I mean, their play in the clutch is far better. But I'll tell you what, his plays out of timeouts have been fantastic this year. I don't know how many people recognize that, but I mean, they get a good shot every time, like really good shots every time. That does speak to coaching. And I think it's a damn shame, frankly, that, he's been taken out behind the woodshed by so many when I don't think they really understand him or even see the bigger picture.
Who's your 1, 2, 3 for MVP?
My 1, 2, 3 for MVP is Luka, Jokic, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Very good.
Chuck, thank you so much for the time, man. We'll be following along. Hope to have you on again as they continue to go deeper into the postseason. Always enjoy it.
Appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavericks. It's a Meet Church Wednesday. What was it like cooking at Augusta with Troy Aikman and Peyton Manning? Matt Pittman, brought to you by Mr. Electric. Next.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. Joint pain, knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, wherever it may be. Head on over to QC Kinetics. Get healthy and stay healthy again. That's what you want. You want to be able to live the life that you want to live. Healthy, without the pain, without that arthritis kicking in, the tendonitis kicking in. I had it. I had elbow injuries, shoulder injuries on my right side, cured in 2 sessions of QC Kinetics. This is after 2 years of surgery chatter, 2 years of steroid injections, 2 years of a waste of my time. No drugs, no steroids, no surgery, no downtime. It's natural biologics, restorative, regenerative options, allows your body's own healing properties to target those aching joints. Head on over to QC Kinetics, just like I did, just like Emmett Smith did. He raves about it. Let them cure you in a couple of sessions without surgery and without drugs. You don't need all that. 972-972-8610. It's a free consultation. What do you have to lose? Second opinion. You've been told you need surgery, get a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Great way to use your HSA and FSA. 972-972-8610. QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610.
We have you covered, Stars fans.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The guest list continues on the Show of Wales for the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, and it is a Meet Church Wednesday brought to you by our Tolo friends at Mr. Electric, who have the power to make things better. And here he is, after skipping his daughter's birthday party and event for the Masters. He is Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meet Church, back from Augusta. Good morning, and how was it, sir?
Good morning, and I made it back for the party. I just missed her actual birthday, for the record.
Okay, so did Augusta live up to all the magical hype?
Yeah, I mean, every single person said it's going to exceed your expectations, and it's insane. I mean, I told my wife, the amount of times you walk around the course and you hear the term bucket list come out of somebody's mouth, it's kind of surreal. It's no, Byron Nelson where you're going to, be seen and all that. Like, everyone's just calm and reserved, and it's beautiful. And it's just like everyone's just like so well behaved and just stoked to be there. I've never seen any sporting event like it. I don't know that anything could top it.
Wow. Is it just the grounds or the field, the nostalgia and everything? What is it?
Yeah, there's a number of things. I mean, you can't buy tickets, so that's one thing, right? And then the way you get like secondhand tickets, and it's all secretive, and you got to know who they came from, or they'll revoke the badge. So there's that exclusivity. You get in, and it's completely beautiful. TV does no justice to the undulation of the course. So you come up from Amen Corner up to in between 1 and 18, and you're out of breath like you're hiking in Colorado. The cheap concessions, it took me all of $18 to buy all 7 sandwiches. The merch, I mean, I've said you could do a college level class on the merch phenomenon. Yeah. You go in there thinking, a guy like me, I'm not a huge golfer. I'm going to buy a polo, a hat, a pin flag. And I was told the over-under is $1,000 on what you're going to spend. Oh. You wait through this line and you get in there and you're like, I got to have all this, because you can only get that merch that week in that spot. So sure enough, I spend almost $1,000. I leave. The next day I come back and I'm like, oh, the line's short. I'll get back in it for no reason. I don't need anything. No reason. And I'm like, oh, well, I bet my kids want Master shirts, which my kids could care less. Yeah. So it's insane. By the way, they sell this gnome that's $40, and I didn't want to carry a gnome around. I needed my hands for beer. And this gnome last week was going on eBay for $3,000. My driver said at the beginning of the week a guy got $10,000 for one. So my brother went in on the weekend. I said, you got to find the gnome, and sure enough, he got one. So
it's
insane
so
experience.
The merch tent. Because he's right. Like, I went in there, I spent $600. I went in there 2 days later, I spent like another $500. Now, the best part is UPS is right there, so you just walk to a line next to it, and they ship it home for you. So you don't have to carry it around all day. Or I don't know if it's still like that. They don't have to carry it around all day.
No, yeah, it is.
It's like it. For all the how cheap the, holy cow. I mean, I thought a helicopter was going to crash into us.
That was really close.
Holy cow. I mean, that is.
That was a really close helicopter flyby to the building.
Yeah,
Hey, that's a registered trademark of Meat Church anytime you say holy cow. So I appreciate that.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Yeah, because like for as cheap as the concessions are, the pimento cheese and the beer, they make up for it. They make up for the merch tent. I mean, you're getting $120 for a polo and $40 for a garden gnome.
So you ran into Aikman. Peyton Manning took your ticket. He had to work as well?
Well, I didn't see Peyton. So the guy that took me, my friend Doug, he was Aikman's middle linebacker at UCLA. So we become friends. And Aikman was in town for a CAA event. And he came over Thursday evening when I was cooking dinner. But he told us this story that I thought was amazing. He said, every member at Augusta has to have a job. And they told Peyton he was going to be a greeter. And he said Peyton was like, I prefer to have a little lower profile. And they said, well, sounds like you'll make an amazing greeter. So he was greeting the public.
Wow. And is Aikman, how did you all get connected?
I cooked for him. Well, we have a mutual friend who introduced me years ago. I mean, it's a hilarious story. We took a Traeger to him and showed up, and that's the first celebrity I took my now 11-year-old, 8 at the time, I took Sam to. And this is well known now, but it's funny. Hey, we walked in and Sam didn't know who Aikman was. And Sam looked at Troy and he said, I heard you played football. Troy said, I did. Sam said, were you any good? And Troy goes, I was okay. And then Sam said, well, do you have any trophies? And Troy said, yeah, I got 3. And I just like, oh my God. So I've cooked for him. I've cooked for him every summer since. And and I made a bet with him last week. If you didn't see this, he reaches out to me instead of asking me to cook barbecue. He says, are we betting on UConn, Alabama? And he gave me a solid 5.5 points. So when he walked up, I said, you could have just texted me to cook you barbecue. You didn't have to hang me out to dry on this ridiculous, unwinnable bet.
Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline, brought to you by Mr. Electric on 105.3 The Fan. So what is this TikTok with millions of views? I thought there was just a pimento cheese sandwich at Augusta or egg salad, which you flew back, taking a risk with old rotten mayonnaise and whatever else was there. What's the TikTok sandwich video?
Well, I just thought I'll take all I'll see if I can leave with all the sandwiches, and I'll get home and do a little review on them. So, end of Wednesday, I asked I went through concessions and I bought all 7 sandwiches for $18. Pimento cheese $1.50, egg salad $1.50. Most of the sandwiches are $3, and they're all cold except one. They've got this chicken sandwich that's actually it's cold, and then they have a barbecue sandwich that's warm. So took them back to the house we were staying and did a review on them that night, and it's already got 1.3 million views, I guess. But I kind of got ripped up on it, which is kind of the way TikTok goes. But who cares? It was fun. And I flew home with one. I flew home with a pimento cheese back to Texas to eat on Sunday.
So what were the best ones? You had these sandwiches too?
I did. I had a lot. I think I had the pimento cheese. I did not have egg salad. I don't want to throw up in the middle of the grounds.
Yeah.
There was a barbecue one. Was it the chopped brisket? I can't remember.
It's pork.
Why did this get 1 million views? What was the best sandwich? The worst? How good was it?
I mean, the pimento cheese is iconic. It's like go to the Masters, have a pimento cheese sandwich, and it's this still age-old price of $1.50. And I thought it was really good. I mean, it's $1.50, right? You're not going in there expecting some gourmet sandwich.
Yeah.
But to me, it was awesome because you're getting there to this dream place, walking around and, having this sandwich with a beer was awesome. So I rated the pimento cheese a 10. I'm a pimento cheese guy.
Me too.
Is it really a 10? I don't know. But in that environment, it's a 10.
Right. All right. I saw you done with the Masters?
Oh, one thing. How many cups did you take home?
I took home 9 on Wednesday, which I felt like was pretty solid.
Yeah, it's a good day.
Yeah, that it wasn't bad. And because it's not easy. It's not set up to just like buy beer. You got to walk, you got to wait. So, like I said, it's no waste management.
And a peach ice cream sandwich. Did you try that?
Okay, I had the peach ice cream sandwich with a beer, which is a horrible pairing, but I had to have the sandwich. And the ice cream was melting. So I literally sat at Amen Corner at the end of the day with almost no one there, with an ice cream sandwich in one hand and the beer in the other. And, I wouldn't recommend that pairing, but I'll never forget it.
Matt Pittman joining us. It's a Meat Church Wednesday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. All right, I watched the Jared Stidham video. So you have ranch burgers and then sliced pork belly. Is that coming out today or tomorrow? What's on the
Today,
recipe vids?
Man, I would encourage people to check out last week's, which you can go to meatchurch.com, and the current week's video is always the banner, and then that will link you to the YouTube video if you want to watch it. But we made these things called crack burgers. I'd seen no one make them before, but I'd seen the recipe popped up in my feed a couple times. Basically, you take normal 80-20 ground meat and you put cooked bacon in it, cheddar cheese, but you add a little bit of sour cream, and then you add dry ranch seasoning. And dude,
now this is Stidham's idea or your idea?
No, the recipe was my idea, but he loves to cook on a griddle. I helped him get a griddle a couple years ago, and so he does that a lot. And I thought, well, let's do a griddle recipe, and so that's how we ended up there. So I picked the recipe, and then we had to make some corny bet. If he threw me a bomb, which he did the length of the practice field, if I caught it, he had to cook for me. If I dropped it, I cooked for him. So. That's the moment I realized how out of shape I am. Good
so you
Lord.
Dropped it?
No, I catch it. So he cooks for me. But, I mean, we did do it numerous times. I did drop one. But, dude, he was like, are you going to run quicker? And I asked him about my route running ability. I felt pretty good about it. I don't know if he's used to those types of moves. He didn't give me a lot of respect on my release out of my routes. But, I did catch all but one of the passes.
So ranch powder and some sour cream in the burger. Never heard of it.
Dude, you got to do it. I'm trust me. I'll put my reputation on this. It sounds, clickbaitish, but it's very good.
And then sliced pork belly. I'm in on this.
Yeah, this just like for years everybody's been doing pork belly burn-ins, and so I kind of went back to like where it started, which was cook it whole. I mean, I did cut it down into manageable sized pieces so that a pork belly is really uneven. So if you cut it down into more manageable pieces, then you can cook them to like the perfect desired doneness. So I season them with our gospel all-purpose, and then at the end, I say you can sauce these to go many different directions, but I use Bochan's Japanese barbecue sauce, and obviously pork belly and Japanese flavors go together. So in the video, we slice it and eat it plain, kind of like a brisket, but then I end up also turning it into a taco with pickled onions, cilantro, cotija cheese. And, anytime we shoot a video and the whole crew here just like scarfs it before we move to the next video, I know it's a win. So it sounds kind of basic, but it's very inexpensive. A half belly's $23 and it's so good.
The thing I can't ever get, it might be my biggest hurdle.
Orange Magic.
Besides that, a-hole, is
gloves that fit.
Get the crispy skin.
Knuckleballs.
I can't get that. I've tried to dry it out. I've tried to salt it. I've tried to put white vinegar on it. I can't get crispy skin on the pork belly. I don't know if you were doing that for this video, but I don't know how to get it to bubble up.
Not in this, because this was just kind of like straight smoking. But you need to do those things, mainly the salting, dry it in the fridge. But what you have to do at the very end of the cook is you basically have to broil it. So think of like in your oven, high heat broiler. You could use any sort of outdoor grill, but you want to throw it in for a few minutes where it fat side up and it just blisters that skin and turns it into, super crispy, like chicharron style.
Awesome stuff as always. Fantastic stories from Augusta. Check out the TikTok video and the pork belly along with the ranch burger, a loaded Wednesday edition with Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church. Thank you, brother. Fantastic.
Thanks, fellas. Have a good week.
Meat Church brought to you by our friends at Mr. Electric, who have the power to make things better. Bobby, where are we going in Below the Belt?
Why Taylor Swift may get a head coaching job before Bill Belichick.
Let's get your carpet cleaned professionally from Zerez. And the RJ Choppy fan special, but not this week. No sirree. This week, you know what you're going to do? You are going to do Rangers24 as the promo code at Zerez. Rangers24. Why? Because when you get your carpet clean, for the first 100 customers to complete a clean in April, you are going to get 2 tickets to a May Texas Rangers game. It's available this week only. You got to book by Friday. You get to get your carpet scheduled and cleaned in the month of April. The promo code is Rangers24. Best carpet cleaner in the industry. They don't use soaps. They don't use chemicals. They don't use detergents. It's their own system. It's fantastic. I do it every year. I could not be more thankful, more grateful for all the work that Zerez has done for my home, helping it stay clean. It'll stay cleaner longer. It'll smell better. The carpet, I mean, you don't need new carpet every 10 years. You need clean carpet. There's a big difference. Zerez, RJ Choppy fan special. But this week only, we're using the promo code Rangers24. You're going to get a pair of tickets to an upcoming May Texas Ranger game if you complete a cleaning in the month of April for the first 100 customers. 214-37-CLEAN, 214-37-CLEAN, 214-372-5326, or ZerezDallas.com. Spell it backwards or forwards. It spells the same. It's Zerez.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. We'll give you
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. Caitlin Clark is taking over the WNBA, and Taylor Swift is about to take over your favorite football team as head coach.
Oh.
At least according to Us Magazine. More on that in just a second. First, Stephen Jones made the first of a few appearances, I believe, on the KNC Masterpiece leading up to the NFL Draft, which we are now 8 days away from. Close it in quick. We've got Draft 101 tomorrow night at the Star. Myself, Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Nick Harris. It's going to be a great time. And our draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers and Zero Res. Stephen Jones yesterday. This is cut 9. What's the deal with all the stinginess with the pocketbook?
Well, at the end of the day, you always can only, and we spend max money. Year in and year out, all 32 can only spend the same amount of money over a 5-year stretch. And when we're all said and done, we max out our salary cap every year, and we will have done that. And what comes with having a good roster, which we do, and we also are looking towards signing our own guys. It doesn't mean it happens overnight, but when you're wanting to sign players like Dak and Micah and CD, then that certainly you have to hold money back if you want to have a realistic chance at signing those guys.
Okay. That's a tough excuse for a lot of people to take to begin with.
He made it sound like I had to get ready to Google whether there was a 5-year salary cap limit, a 5-year spending limit in the NFL that I was not aware of and that we had not discussed to explain the Cowboys offseason. Like, no, there's a 5-year cap on all these teams, and we've reached it. Like, we legally cannot spend any more. That's what I first thought when I heard and read that.
There kind of is. I mean, if the cap is, let's say the cap's $200 million, over 5 years, they have $1 billion they can spend. So kind of, but it's all funny money. It's accounting.
Yeah,
tactics.
no, there are definite minimums you have to spend.
Yeah.
The max is like there are ways to work around things. Now, the thought process is generally you start doing a bunch of restructures and stuff, you're going to end up hitting a payday. Like Taxman is coming for his money after about 5 years if you flip a bunch of switches. Like you can only push that off so long before you have to eat the charge. That may be part of what he's referencing there too, because the reality is they believe in that building. Like Dak Prescott saved them from a complete detonation of their core when he came along as a rookie, because they were feeling like we've opened up this window, we've flipped all these switches, then Tony gets hurt, now we're just going to have to eat these charges and we're going to get no quarterback play for the next few years. Well, when Dak came along and they were able to have a cheap quarterback for a few years, that's what they did. They used that time. Chop, I know you brought it before. Well, that's the time when you build around and you put stuff around while you have a cheap quarterback. They were, in their theory, the way they talk about it is they were weathering those charges that they wouldn't have been able to weather otherwise. That's how they were using that space. And so they were able to keep everything together and continue on. And they've recently, in the last couple years, flipped similar switches. And now here comes that day where you got to pay for it. And they've extended their window that way. So that would be their position on it, is how they would approach it. But it's going to be a tough one for anybody to accept or buy into, especially when your whole argument is, guys, look, we got to save money. We can't be spending this because we got people to take care of. But you're not taking care of the people here.
That's the issue. They're not. They
They're not even having conversations. It sounds like.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that they haven't signed the guys. It's not their. You could argue their philosophy of signing their own players versus signing external free agents. That's a completely different discussion. They're spending money. They're not cheap. They spend their money. It's just, do you agree with the philosophy of signing their own versus signing external guys?
But didn't we find a list over the years where they were kind of at the bottom in terms of spending?
External, right?
I think it was. Well, no, I think it was because of cash spending, because it's cash and cap are not the same thing. Obviously, like we've talked about before, like the cap charges, you can have a cap charge that's way over what your actual salary is. And so I think that's the thing. They've manipulated the cap so many times that it picks up a chunk of it, so their cash spending maybe doesn't match up to a team like Washington. Like Washington had to spend $87 million worth of cap space this year.
Yeah.
Like they had to get up to that. So the cash spending is the same, even though their caps are represented similarly.
And of course, people always compare us to like the Rams and Philadelphia. So after the Devontae Smith deal, the Eagles now have the fourth highest paid quarterback. This is by average annual value.
Or highest paid running back.
Yes. The fourth highest paid running back in Saquon, the fourth highest paid receiver, the fifth highest paid receiver, the fifth highest paid tight end, the fourth highest paid offensive tackle, and the fifth highest paid offensive guard. I'm sorry. Yeah. Fifth highest paid offensive tackle and the highest paid guard.
Yeah. That is going to be one of the thinnest teams in league history. And they're
pretty thin now.
What about their great draft picks who are on those rookie deals? So
they've got to perform. That's the thing. They got to, that's why, the Rams.
But you won't be thin if you get, all the Georgia Bulldogs.
Right. Now the Rams, they were incredibly thin the year they won the Super Bowl.
Let's play CJ Stroud.
But how did they win the Super Bowl? Everybody was healthy. Cooper Kupp was never healthy, and he was super healthy that year, right?
Yeah, I mean,
all those guys were healthy, and they were incredibly thin, and if one guy went down, they were cooked, and that guy didn't go down. Like, that's what it takes. There's so much luck that goes into winning a Super Bowl beyond just play on the field. You got to have health. You got to have a favorable draw in the playoffs. They had to have San Fran knock out the Cowboys, and then San Fran knock out Green Bay in order for the Rams, who had to go on the road and beat Tampa, and that was a good win. But, that Rams run could have gone through Green Bay, could have gone through here.
Yeah, and then, they even needed an assist
dropped interception.
Well, they needed an assist from a zebra at the end of the game, calling BS pass interference against the Bengals in the red zone. Like, they needed that, too, to win. So
it takes a lot. It takes a lot to win a title.
It does. Now, and by the way, it was interesting. Apparently, over the weekend, Louis Riddick said he thinks the Cowboys finished below 500. Where they stand right now.
Clickbait.
So, Riddick is not typically one prone to it. Maybe it is, but
didn't he say Caleb Williams is not the best quarterback?
Yeah, never mind. Maybe he's an idiot. So Patrick Mahomes, mentioned.
I'm not going to kill prognosticators this offseason if someone calls the Cowboys to be 8-9. I'm not going to kill them for that being their hot take. The reason, I know what you're going to say, automatic 11 wins, automatic. The reason is the feeling that this is it.
Yeah.
I don't know how team morale is going to be. I don't know how Mike McCarthy's going to be. I don't know, did they get fortunate with injuries last year?
Other than Diggs.
Nothing really happened to Dak, nothing really happened to Lamb, nothing really happened to Parsons. With us,
Tyron was healthy.
We're going into a season, I think, with the most Cowboy give up that we felt in a long time.
Right now,
of not going for the championship.
I don't think they're going to finish below 500 right now. But right now, I would say 8-9 to me is more likely than a fourth straight 12-5. Right now, with the way this roster looks.
12-5 is a hell of an accomplishment to do it again. What do the law of averages say?
The law of averages say 11, 10 wins. 8-9.
It's a hard schedule next year.
It is a hard schedule, but if Dak is healthy, I just don't know this team with a healthy quarterback is going to have a losing record. There's nothing that you've seen in the last 20 years has shown you that that's even remotely a possibility.
Honestly, one of the most talented rosters they've had since Dak got here was 2019, and they went 8-8. So, and he was healthy all but the very end of the year.
Now, that was a lame duck coach, too.
Yeah, a guy that you would think they were going to play hard for. So, I don't know. It's just out there. But now, you mentioned earlier, Chop, the Patrick Mahomes Time 100 Most Influential People interview. You left off of it his comments on Taylor Swift. This is how Us Magazine writes about it. They say the Kansas City Chiefs quarterback notes that Taylor Swift, 34, is never not working, explaining even when she's taking her downtime, she's working on something, shooting a music video or singing a song or writing a song. You can see it by how she talks. The pop star also gives football just as much of a thought as musical projects. Mahomes explains,
just as much.
Even when she's talking about football, when she's learning it, You can see her business mind putting it together. It's almost like she's trying to become a coach. Why can't you try this, this, and this? She's asking the right questions. So, Patrick Mahomes, I don't think it's quite the headline Us Weekly gave us there, or Us Magazine, where it says, Mahomes says Taylor Swift talks about football like a coach, because it says she's trying to become one the way she talks about it. But Patrick Mahomes is saying she's asking all the right questions, no dumb questions. Taylor Swift sounds like there's a better perception of her among NFL teams right now than Bill Belichick, based on the article that we read earlier.
Who gets engaged first, them or Peyton? Kelsey or Peyton?
Oh,
Peyton.
You think so?
Yeah.
Vegas odds?
Yeah, Peyton gets engaged and married before you go to the courthouse.
I don't know. The Kelsey Taylor thing seems like it should be close.
Taylor thing is going to be close.
She's going to need a new album soon. They're going to break up. Don't worry.
She has one. I heard a radio station promoting that when she releases her album, they're playing it from beginning to end straight
As
on
they
the
should.
station.
As they should.
Yeah.
She broke up with Maddie Healy from the 1975. That gave her some writing material, but new album out, new whatever. Like, I mean, she's going to have
Nobody
to
has
dip
heard
into
that
the well,
band.
man.
Stop. Nobody has heard of that
Plenty
band.
of people have.
Oh, is that you and Cody's band?
It's like everybody's. It's a lot of people's band.
Is that how you get Cody to give you all the endorsement deals and nobody else up here?
Hey, that's what.
I guess we got some boxers.
Get some underwear.
Got some underwear out of it.
Appreciate
Below the belt. Perfect. Oh, that's why they did it.
That's right. Below
the belt for the
Yes,
underwear.
The underwears.
We need
Now
to start.
you know.
We need to join the 1975.
We do. Absolutely.
Damn right.
Lakers are in. Warriors are done. Rank them amongst the all-time NBA dynasties. Final hour with Bruce Bochy at 9:20. Next on Sean and RJ.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
You hear the thunderous Light the Beam chant in the background. The final 4 seconds tick away. Davion walks it into the front court. The horn sounds and the Sacramento Kings have won.
And it's over. The season and the dynasty for the Golden State Warriors. Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour Hump Day edition. Here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Bruce Bochy will join us live at 9:20.
Bochy.
Brought to you by the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. If you're looking to spice up your game day grub, reach for it. The official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers, the original Louisiana brand hot sauce flavor favors the bold. So Boch will join us at 9:20 after the Rangers lost to the Tigers 4-2. Had a bad Evan Carter error in right field. We'll talk about the struggling offense and Jack Leiter tomorrow pitching on this radio station. So that's coming up at 9:20. We'll crosstalk with KNC at 9:40. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. By the way, we have some Dak Prescott news that has been coming out from WFAA. The initial headline was Dak's accuser drops the sexual assault lawsuit in Dallas County. They followed up with accuser's lawyer tells us they are refiling in Collin County. So I've asked a couple of attorneys. They gave some theories as to why that would be happening. So those of you tweeting me, what do you have to say about this? What I have to say about it is they're refiling it in Collin County. I also texted Dak's attorney. Is this true? And would you like to pop on the station? As I asked weeks ago. And they said they were not going to comment publicly, at least coming on the radio. So Levi McCatherine said, I can confirm that did happen, that they did drop the sexual assault lawsuit in Dallas County. I'm in trial. I cannot pop on, but I will say this. Her allegations are completely false, and this is a continuation of the extortion plot against Dak. It is truly sad for the true survivors of sexual, just wrote sexual, that people try to use our system to enrich themselves at the expense of others. The good news for Dak is I am confident the truth will prevail in this matter. So that is the statement and text message from Levi McCatherine to myself. Now, NBA play-ins. Last night, the Lakers in, Zion hurt. Pelicans will now take on the Sacramento Kings for the 8th spot. The Lakers get Denver in round 1. But Golden State loses to the Kings, and they get waxed. Klay Thompson scored 0. Nada.
Is that good?
Nada, nothing, 0. So, I'm going to borrow from my former colleague, Nick Wright, and ask this question, along with a lot of the other talk shows on TV today. Where do the Warriors rank in terms of the all-time NBA dynasties on your list? 1 through 5. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line for where the Warriors end up ranking, because it is over. So we can finally have this type of discussion. I'll give you Nick's list, unless you want to throw yours out first, but I'll give you some time to think, because I just surprised y'all with this topic in the commercial break. At number 5, he has Shaq and Kobe's Lakers. At number 4, the Warriors. At number 3, Kareem and Magic's Lakers. 2, the Jordan Bulls. 1, Bill Russell's Celtics. That's Nick Wright's greatest NBA dynasties of all time. Does anyone have an instant answer? A number 1 for you?
To me, the top 4.
In order?
No order.
Okay.
Bulls, Celtics, obviously. Shaq, Kobe, Lakers.
Which Celtics?
There's only one Celtics dynasty.
Okay. They're burden them, though?
Maybe you want to. You know what? You could say burden them, but I think when people think the Celtics, I think Russell.
Okay.
But yeah, so that one.
I'm just saying, like, Nick left the Bird Celtics. So Magic ended with 5 titles. How many did the Celtics get? 3?
3. Yeah.
Yeah, they finished with 3, but I mean every
like
NBA
Shaq
finals.
Shaq and Kobe ended up with 3.
Yeah, they had their three-peat, and then they obviously won separately after that, but they had their three-peat. But man, this was
so if you're gonna factor in Shaq, Kobe,
Celtics
Lakers,
won in 81, 84, 80. Oh wow, 81, 84, 86.
Every single NBA Finals in the 80s had the Celtics or the Lakers.
Yeah,
every
so
single year.
If you're gonna factor in Shaq, Kobe, Lakers, then you should factor in the Bird Celtics.
Yeah,
That's if.
Yeah, that's. And listen, I'm sorry, I they're not my top 5. I got to put the Spurs ahead of them.
Oh yeah, how are the Spurs?
Spurs never won back-to-back though, or did they win it one time back-to-back?
No, they didn't.
Wow, he left the Spurs totally off. Okay, so what's your 4, Raph?
My 4 is Bulls, Shaq, Kobe, Lakers, the Magic, Kareem, Lakers. I guess I'll put then I got to put the early Celtics in there. The Russell Celtics. That's my top 4. No order.
Russell Celtics, Bulls, Spurs, 2 Lakers.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Boy, you've been.
I know the 5 teams I want, but I don't know how to order them.
Who are the 5 teams?
This is the order I just slapped together, and if I thought about it, I'd probably change it. But
Well, Chop,
number
you're
one
leaving,
is
you're leaving the Warriors out, Choppy.
Absolutely.
Why?
First of all, it's not the same cast.
What do you mean?
What won the first time didn't win the next 2. Different cast.
but all had.
It's completely different. It's a different number 1.
It's not a different. Okay, but all the championships had Steph, Clay, and Draymond.
Are the 49ers not a dynasty from the 80s because Jerry Rice wasn't on every team?
And the Bulls added.
Their number 1 was.
The Bulls added Rodman.
But he's a role player.
And Kukoc.
Role players.
Well, he was a starter.
Defensive player of the year.
Okay, but still a role player. Like they just replaced Horace Grant with him. It's a role player. Different players too, but the number
Hall
1
of
and
Fame
number
role player.
Right, the number 1 and number 2 guy was the same. Like it's a fair. Nobody cares if Ray Allen was on the first LeBron championship team or not.
Okay,
right. It's a different. It's a different team. It's the same number 1 guy. It's that guy's team. It's the Jordan Bulls. It's the Magic and Kareem as a pair Lakers. It's the Russell Celtics. It doesn't matter if Bill Walton joined the 86 Celtics or not. He wasn't there on one of the other ones. They have a different number 1. The Warriors had a different number 1 in their second and third title.
With KD.
With KD as opposed to the first.
Okay.
A different number 1. So to me, that's the line of like, all right, it's a different team. So that's just me.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going 90s Bulls. I'm going to be biased. I don't care. Michael Jordan's my favorite of all time. When he played in the 90s, like they weren't losing. Like they lose in 94, obviously without Michael. And then Michael comes back and he's rusty and they lose. But otherwise, they basically, I think they.
Are you going in order?
Yeah, this is the order I threw on. 90s Bulls, 10s Warriors, 80s Lakers, 60s Celtics, and then 80s.
Hey, slow down. Bulls, Warriors. Who's 3?
80s Lakers.
80s
Showtime
Lakers.
60s Celtics. 80s Celtics.
80s Celtics. Okay. So he's got Warriors on his list, 80s Celtics on his list, which you do not have. Chop. Tolo's coming in. Greatest dynasties of all time.
903 says Russell Celtics 1, Bulls 2, Magic's Lakers 3, Spurs 4, Warriors 5. And then 817 says Warriors dominated for an entire decade just like the Spurs did, so you have to have them right around each other.
Warriors were the most unreal offense. Like they completely changed offensive basketball, and then they were still in that course. How often do we hear about like, well, you only play one side of the floor? They were the best defensive team in basketball over the course of like 5 years too.
Yeah, my issue with it. I put the Spurs higher because they were in, I think, a much better era of other greats.
What about, well, then why wouldn't you have the Celtics and the 80s Celtics?
I mean, because we're talking about we have 4 or 5 teams here. Look, I'll be honest with you. I have far more respect for the 80s Celtics than Russell's, who was playing against, as JJ Redick would put it, firemen and accountants and plumbers. Okay, I have absolutely zero respect for Bill Walton and Kareem's UCLA. John Wooden, most overrated coach ever. Yeah, but give me a break. I have nothing for them. They played against nobodies, but they did it. And I didn't see it, and I barely saw Bird and Magic's Lakers Celtics teams. That was very, very young. But they did it. And like for me, the Spurs having to do it with the Shaq Kobe Lakers there. And also having to do it with, like, look, really good Maverick teams that are winning 60 games almost every year.
Mavericks, Kings, Suns,
Kings. And then you had
Portland,
early stage LeBron. You had the Trailblazers there. The West was a nightmare in the aughts. It was a gauntlet. So the Spurs get a boost there. And again, largely, until you get to the very last one, the same dog. Then you had Kawhi that added.
I mean, honestly, there is a case to be made too that, like, it's hard to leave off that Lakers team, but I mean, there were 3 years and it was gone. It was so fast. That's the only problem for me. But I mean, that 2000 to 2001 run where they beat the Sixers, that may be the most impressive finals run we've ever. They went 15-1.
Yeah.
You sweep Portland, you sweep the Kings, you sweep the Spurs, and then you beat the Sixers in 5.
Lost in the AI step over game.
Yep.
The Ty Lue game.
I mean, like, as great as you were just laying out how the Spurs were, the Spurs had already won a title by then, and they were big-time contenders, and they got romped by that Lakers team. Just swept. And they were, I think they were the higher seed. Like, they had home court advantage in that series and still got swept by the Lakers.
877-881-1053, the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney Hotline for your top 5 NBA dynasties of all time. Does Golden State make your list? This is tough. This is fun. This is a good barroom discussion.
Very good one.
Right there.
Trying to look and see if there's anybody else we're forgetting. Because, I mean,
I think the Spurs are the ones to be forgotten.
Spurs have been forgotten.
Pistons don't qualify.
Nope. But why do you count the Spurs, but you always say you don't count the Giants in baseball as a dynasty?
Well, Spurs went 5.
Yeah.
Versus 3.
No, I know, but it was like, you want to talk about core. Like, Kawhi was the guy by the 5th one. Like, they were a different
team. They won 4. All right, they won 4.
Maybe. Let's talk.
I mean, there's not a whole lot of difference. I agree. Also, it doesn't fit my argument.
Let's talk to someone about dynasties. The manager of the World Series champion Texas Rangers, Bruce Bochy, joins us live on Sean and RJ next. But I want to hook you up with your lunch and your dinner today. A little
segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
It is now time for Bruce Bochy, and he is live here on the home of the Rangers with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And it's brought to you by the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. If bold flavor is something you're after, grab a bottle or 10 of the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold. Good morning, Skip. How are you?
Good morning. Well, I'm doing fine. You know, we got some wet weather here, but it looks like we'll get this game in.
Now, since your sponsor's hot sauce, on a scale 1 to 10, what type of heat can you handle?
Oh, geez, I'm pretty good at that. I love hot peppers. You know, I have them pretty much daily. I'd love them with breakfast. You know, I don't know if I'm at 10, but I'd be pretty close.
Okay, so like when you're ordering wings, you're getting hot, mango habanero. You going with the lethal dose?
No, I'll go the hot habanero.
Oh yeah, I like the habanero. Now we were just talking about the end of the Warrior season, and I was asking Choppy how much did Boch cross over to Golden State, and it looks like a good amount.
Yeah.
Your interaction, just thoughts on the Golden State Warriors, Bruce, as it looks like their dynasty run may be coming to an end, and you know a thing or two about a dynasty.
Yeah, I mean what a run they had. Steve does such a great job there. Yeah, we would spend some time together. He'd come over, catch some games. He was a baseball fan, but unfortunately more of a Dodger fan. But still, they were so big in the Bay Area, as they should have been, because of their domination. And then, of course, when they moved to the city, they were just a few blocks from, where the ballpark is, where the Giants play. So it is really convenient, but it's one of the longer runs I think we've had in sport franchises. And of course, Curry with what he's done to help carry that, but really so many of them, they just did a tremendous job of playing together as one, and I enjoyed watching them. I mean, they were a close-knit group, and I don't know if it's over or not, but it's definitely not quite the same. We know that.
Bruce Bochy joining us here on 105 through the Fan. We were talking about this earlier today. Just a little bit of a slump for Evan Carter. How was the league adjusted to him? Based on what they were and how they were pitching him at the end of last season versus now. Have they made adjustments to him?
Well, I think they're being a little bit more careful to him. That's going to go with the territory when you have success like he did, especially in the postseason. I'm probably not attacking him as much because they know he has a great eye at the plate with that discipline. They don't want to walk him because of his speed, but at the same time, they're not giving in probably as much because he has more power than you think. But I'll add to that. I just don't think he's quite where he's going to be as far as his timing, swinging the bat. We're facing a lefty today, and he's going to play. I need to give him some at-bats, and so he'll be out there, and he's facing one of the better pitchers in the game, this Skubal. I mean, he's got his hands full. He's hitting 7th today, but he's going to get on the roll, just like all of them. I think it's fair to say Corey's not quite where he's going to be, or Langford. So you just stay with them, and we'll get this thing clicking. But I know this isn't an offense that's going to give us 1 or 2 runs a game.
You got Jack Leiter called up. He's going to be pitching tomorrow, it sounds like. What is it that you guys have seen from him within the organization, and just how excited are you for him, to go on this trek where last year obviously hits the developmental list, and now he seems to have really stepped up his game and is working the fastball well?
Yeah, I just talked to Jack. I mean, what a big smile I had on his face. He's so excited about being here. And that just shows you the confidence that he has and what he's doing on the mound right now. And it showed in spring training, especially as the spring went. He just got better and better with his location. I talked about it many times. I just love the pace that he's going at now, and he doesn't have those big misses like he used to. He's right around the glove for the most part, and which works in the major leagues when you have this kind of stuff. He's going to be 96. He'll about 97 with a good curveball and the changeup. And so you look at what he's doing, he's earned this. And so I can't tell you what's going to happen, but we're excited to have him ready to go tomorrow. He's here already. We'll prep him. We'll do all we can to help him. And it's a big day for Jack because when you're number one pick, you want to get to the big leagues. You want to show everybody that you should have been a number one pick. So I'm not saying that he's felt that pressure, but I'm trying to imagine if that was me. I probably would have felt it a little bit.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's kind of what I was wanting to ask you about. What kind of conversations do you have with him at all when it comes to the fact of like he was a really highly touted prospect, comes from a really prestigious college baseball program, grew up around the major leagues? How do you discuss with him the idea of like, hey, let's just focus on baseball. Don't worry about expectations. Just come up here, play ball, and kind of block out any of that other extra pressure?
Yeah, we talked this spring a little bit, and I just said, Jack, I don't know what's going to happen when we get to the end of spring training, but I know one thing. Well, you're throwing the ball. You're going to help us. We need you. And we need you to be good, obviously. But on the other part, he's lucky in the fact that he's got a father that spent a lot of time in major leagues and talks about baseball on a daily basis, so he can help him with all that too. But even with that, yeah, we as coaches, we're here to support them, help any way we can. That's our job to serve these guys. So we'll be doing all we can today and tomorrow to have them ready to go.
Bruce Bochy joined us here, 105 through the Fan. When a team, and every baseball team is going to go through slumps offensively throughout the course of the year. As a manager, is that kind of like a helpless feeling, just sitting there watching and knowing that you just got to kind of hit your way out of it?
Well, maybe a little bit. I mean, what can you do? You try to put these guys in the position to win the ball game, which we were yesterday. And so, I take it when it doesn't work out. Lads comes in, he has bad luck. Guy hits one up into the bat. He didn't even know where the ball went. It blooped in the right field. You try to figure out ways to manufacture runs, but we're doing some. We're not creating a lot of traffic. But as a manager, you also know how good these guys are and know that they will come out of it. I thought this would be a tough stretch for us. Especially on the physical side of it, just 17 consecutive games. But these guys are doing a good job of that. I would, if there's one thing I'm trying to get across to hitting guys, is this, just get them a bit more aggressive on this fastball. I thought we took a lot of them yesterday, a lot of hittable ones, and so sometimes you have to get out there a little bit more. And when you go to hit a baseball, you haven't mean business. And but I think we're missing a little bit of that. And it kind of shows when your slug is way down compared to what it was at this point last year.
Bruce Bochy here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the World Series champs. Dumb question of the day will come from me, Boch. When guys are struggling, how do you weigh coming with a mechanical correction or breaking down the video versus like, hey, this is going to happen. Like, let him be for a week or two. How often do you guys go back with mechanical corrections? Let's break this down with the video versus just, hey, it's the ebbs and flows of a season.
Yeah, there's a fine line there. Looking at the videos and talking about mechanics, I think it's overdone at times. I really do. It's more about, to me, competing. At this point, you should have your mechanics down. Doesn't mean you get out of whack occasionally, and that can be spotted with the cameras and the computers that we have. I mean, it'll stand out. So that we can find. But man, when you start getting a lot of thoughts in your head and staring at computers and stuff, you know, that to me is a distraction from what you need to do, and that's go out there and saying, I'm going to beat this guy, you know, whether you're a pitcher or you're a hitter, and compete. Now, to add to that, though, I would say it's always good to have a little bit of an excuse that it's something else. I'm not bad. It's just my mechanics are off. So, you know, that's temporary. So you're not telling yourself I'm bad now. No, it's not because of who I am. It's just, hey, I got a little flaw with my mechanics, again, on the pitching or the hitting side. So it can come into play, and that's why I say there's a fine line. But I think for the most part, we can't overdo it.
Bochy, I know,
looking at the videos.
Yeah, I know earlier this week, Max Scherzer got the opportunity to throw to hitters, and you were impressed with, you know, how his location was and how he's coming along. There's been a lot of bad news, obviously, with injuries leading up to the season for you guys, but that seems to be one that's progressing well and is exciting. Can you just talk to us about what's next in the progression for Max Scherzer?
Action, so he's on his way. You watch him, and it's hard to believe that he had back surgery this winter, or really, in the middle of the winter. It blows me away. You know, his age, especially the way he has bounced back, and kind of tells you why this guy's so good and why he will go to the Hall of Fame, because he's determined to get back sooner than what we thought, and that's going to happen. So he's on his way.
Skip, some of the Red Sox players, particularly Kenley Jansen, has said that he's noticing a difference in the baseball, that the quality just isn't there. Have any of your pitchers come to you and mentioned anything different about it this year?
I haven't had any pitcher come up to me. Doesn't mean that they haven't talked about it amongst themselves, but as far as talking about it, with the media or with any of the coaches, no, I haven't. I did see those comments. I did see them, but we get to rub up the balls, and so I will ask around now that we're talking about it, just to get their thoughts. But and the only reason I haven't is because I haven't heard anything. And you hate to put something in their heads, there's something wrong with these baseballs. But I'll ask them, because now it's out there, with what Jansen said. So no word on it from here.
Boch, how much does it stink seeing Mike Bassick on the road versus just at home games in Arlington, now that Bassick's working some road TV games?
Yeah, no, it's a little hard on the eyes, but it's all right. No, it's good, all good, and we got another pitching coach here. He can help out. We'll put him to work.
Yeah, he will give unsolicited advice. Just nod your head and say, yes, Mike. Yes, Mike. Boch, thank you so much for the time, man. Happy birthday as well.
Hey, thanks, guys. Yeah, I could have been happier with the win, but we as a staff got together, had a nice dinner last night. That was nice of them to set that up. So, and it made for a good evening. But I appreciate it, and now it's time to go out and win a ball game.
Yes, sir. We'll be watching and listening later on today. Thank you, Boch. Bruce Bochy on the home of the Rangers. The Rangers know that big wins come from bold plays. That's why the original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers. The original Louisiana brand hot sauce flavor favors the bold. Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece to wrap up the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Next,
let's get you over to A number.
today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let us crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece. Now, I do wish that we had Stephen Jones after you guys made the national news yesterday.
What's new?
I know.
That's not what I said. Okay.
What did you say?
No, that's what he said to me.
said.
He goes, "That's not what I said." And I was like, "Yeah,
I had to
was."
I had to look up if there was a 5-year rule in the NFL where you were capped, because that's the way Steven made it sound. Like there's only so much you could spend every 5 years in the league, and I was like, wait, do we not know about this rule and regulation?
Yeah, I had the same kind of reaction to it. I was like, hold on, is this something I don't know about?
Yes.
It is? Hold on, there is a 5-year rule?
See, I don't, and I know people will call them cheap. I don't think they're cheap. I just think they're bad at this. I think the reason they spend less actual cash is because they have so much dead money on their salary
They keep
cap.
punting. They keep kicking the can down the road. They never reset.
Yeah. So I don't think they're cheap. I just think they're bad at negotiating contracts.
You have to have a reset year where you just admit that you're going to stink. Like this, they have this weird fetish with having to be better every year. Like sometimes you got to take a step back. Right. I don't know if fetish is the right word, but I wanted to use it.
I think you got it.
Well, you were watching Trevor Bauer videos.
I was.
Oh, man. What about that?
Not on Twitter.
Yeah. You have to accept that some years in the NFL, you're not going to be competitive. You just have to, or not as competitive as you want to be.
Yes. Yeah.
You don't always have to be using every year as we must win now.
And they post June 1st every cut, which drives me bananas.
You got to sometimes just take your lumps.
They're like, all right, we got a 5-year plan. And then it doesn't go well in year 2, and they're like, new 5-year plan. And
but
then
it's the same 5-year plan.
But it's the same 5-year plan.
Same plan as the previous one. We're just going to mortgage the 5 years after that to make this 5 years work.
Yeah.
You wanted to talk about Trevor Bauer, you told me?
I did not say that. But so the gal who accused her is now being accused by someone else. Is that of fraud?
Of fraud against him.
Okay. Is he another athlete? I missed that part of the story.
No, it's fraud against Trevor.
Oh, I thought she was getting accused by some other person.
Okay. I read it as she's being charged with fraud against him. I think it was several counts of fraud.
Look how you guys handle these stories. Just all over the place.
Look, man, just wait for all the
we
facts.
Should just let you comment on it.
Just wait for all the facts to come out.
Oh, I know what you're talking.
Wait for every fact to happen. Otherwise, you're going to look foolish.
Yeah, just don't talk about that.
Yeah, there's been some shocking omission of reporting the last couple of days.
I told you the case would get dropped. Hold on. I got to back up real quick and retract my statement on that.
What else has been omitted?
I don't know. Let's talk about something else.
Gosh, Kevin, you like to dig in and get the dirt out of people.
I know. But I realize people really desperately want our attention, and I just don't want to give it to them this time.
Okay, fair enough. Corey, what's coming up?
I want to give everybody that attention. So that's where we start at 10 o'clock with Puck Around and Find Out. Who do you want the Stars to face or avoid in the playoffs? We discussed some Mavericks at 10:20. Sai Young, and that not Chris Young, by the way.
I figured.
At 10:40. And then we watched the weather for 30 minutes in hopes that Detroit weather holds up. Because
Bochy said it would.
I was looking.
Yeah, we have Bruce Bochy.
My models yesterday said that it was going to fail. How did it go?
You know what's weird about that? Just real quick, as long as we're diving into things.
Yeah.
We're not. You're not. So now I have to.
I think it's great. I'll choose to dive in on this.
Okay.
I think it's great that y'all had Bruce Bochy. I just think it's weird that nobody sent us a message to be like, hey, he's going to be on a different show.
And nobody told
we
us.
knew that was a possibility, but when Peyton tweeted it out, you're like, oh, thanks for the heads up, Peyton.
What time is he usually on with you guys?
12:20.
So we knew it wasn't going to happen in that time slot, but they were like, hey, we might put him on earlier.
And you're on today till when?
11:30.
Okay, so he could have been on at 10:20 or
he wouldn't
10:40.
Yeah, that's really close to
Mike
game
does
time.
explain this really well. He's like, there's no way he's going to be on that close to the game. Like, that's just not going to. Hey,
I have no problem with that. I just somebody would have told us.
Just pick up a text.
Be great.
Pick up a text. I don't know what that means.
Talking to the wrong peeps, guys.
I honked at somebody this morning, Bobby.
I did too.
And I thought about you, but it was another person speeding through the school zone. And I think that should go in a separate honking category because I realize I've honked 3 times this week ever since our discussion. 2 of them have been
That was
against
yesterday.
Yeah, the discussion.
I thought
You
back
honked 3 times yesterday?
No. I thought back about Monday too.
Okay.
I honked 3 times this week, twice for people speeding through the school zone, somebody for just not going.
Oh, just not going.
Yeah. So
now, when the speeding through the school zone is honk worthy at how many miles per hour over? Like clearly, it's really reckless and dangerous.
Yeah. And where does the mind your own business fall into that?
Oh, when it comes to kids, I don't know about that. So you don't care about kids in general?
Chop.
Takes a village, yeah. Do I
read
care
that
about kids?
book.
I mean,
In a different village.
I care about I find other people's kids to be very
It's
annoying.
really weird the way you set that up. Do I care about kids? And instead of saying yes, you go,
I mean, I don't really care about other people's kids. I see other people's kids doing things wrong. I don't parent other people's
What about
kids.
friends? I'm not saying you have to parent them. I just want them to not get run over in the school zone.
Are they going 15 over or 10 over?
I think
Or
it's probably
faster?
that. When you could see that they'd be going like the normal, maybe speed on the road when you're in the school zone, you're like, come on, dude.
I honked today on my drive in here, and it was on city streets. But again, it's somebody being an idiot. I am in the middle lane, going through a green light. Somebody is turning right on red, and instead of just turning to the inside lane,
they
they
go to the
swung
outside?
all the way
Oh,
out
yeah.
and came in the middle, and like I had to lay on my horn. That kind of stuff happens every day. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't know what part of town you're driving. I guess all the Sunnyvale cops that are keeping people from driving like idiots has saved you from seeing this, but I
Like,
run
that
into that
rarely-
that kind of
I
thing
drove-
That's
every
wild.
day.
That rarely happens to me.
I drove for 8 years right from East Dallas, where I promise you on Jim Miller, there's more craziness than any of you experience.
That's a pretty high level
And
of craziness.
I'm not sitting there
Poor
honking.
driving,
First off, I don't want to get shot, but I'm not sitting there honking at people because if you honk at 4 o'clock in the morning on a consistent basis,
Somebody's drunk.
you're the problem.
Yeah,
that's what
You're
it
the
is.
problem.
You are
There's
the
not
problem.
enough people out on the road
Right.
to be causing that amount of honkage.
It's not that
Go
it's
around
not.
him.
It's not
Go
that
around
it's
him.
not that it's not honk worthy. It's that he's not about that life. Like that's what it is with Sean. Like Sean's not trying to like bring those problems into his world. He's not built for it like you and I are.
Honk-worthy to me is
you can see though if you drove up during rush hour that you run into a
frequency
different set of
increases.
problems.
Absolutely. But Bobby drives
the way we
in
merge to like with 2 different highways heading out of here, like you're going to run into people who are being idiots.
There's nothing.
I've been merging at that intersection for 13 years. I've barely honked ever.
Look,
You know why?
there's
Because if someone
nothing-
tries to cut me off, I just brake and go around them.
Okay,
Wait, are
right
you
here.
saying
So
when you
aggressive
turn
over there.
right out of
I'm
here
so
that it's a
aggressive.
problem?
No. I'm talking about go up ahead, right? Go towards Haskell and Blackburn.
Yeah.
You've got people coming off of the highway,
Yeah.
and you have to move over just to get there. So people act like idiots there. Then you have to merge onto the highway coming off there in traffic. People are idiots there because they're trying to get over. Then you go down towards St. Paul and try to get over towards 35, and people are idiots
You know
there.
what this is?
Like
You're a
it's
soft
consistent.
driver. I don't give people a chance to cut me off. 'Cause
Easy,
I'm,
Chris.
I'm the one doing the
Holy
cutting off.
crap on this one.
I'm the
I cut
aggressive
people
driver.
off.
here.
I've seen the way
I
your
cut them off.
PAB
Well,
self
I don't know how to-
drives, bro.
in other
Like
cities,
it's
in other
not.
cities, I drive more
know what that
cautiously.
phrase
Here,
means.
I'm a
Yeah, I think
lunatic.
you can fill in the details.
Oh man, that is harsh. I don't like
So's
it
his
when
driving.
That's his friend group name, the PABs.
okay.
Yeah.
I don't like it
Choppy's
when
driving is so soft, and I can't believe like you've given him this reputation as being
on.
like a great driver.
It's how
You
I
like
drive
endorse
here,
it.
where I know where I'm going, versus when I'm driving
You
in other
shoot
cities.
so straight and give the real on so many things except his driving, which is awful.
Okay, well maybe some of that has to do with like I don't ever have to do it. He's never gotten me in an accident. I've never had.
I've never gotten you in an
The only
accident.
times where I've had a problem with him is when I literally record him for like 90 seconds straight on his phone.
Yeah.
And I threaten to tweet it out. And he's like, don't do that. Don't do that.
90 seconds.
That's the only thing that has bothered me when he's just on his phone nonstop. Break down 1, 2, 3 how he's a bad driver.
Just in general, I think.
No,
that
not in general. You gotta give me specific.
Too passive.
One.
Passive. He's very aggressive.
No,
Very
okay, so
aggressive.
you don't know aggressive.
And
then.
by the way,
you
y'all call me driving this Daisy.
Hang on, Robert.
You are.
Bobby's
When I'm in other cities and I'm using my GPS, I don't know where I'm going. Of course, you're gonna be more passive. Here, where I know where I'm going and I know the layout and I know where the cops are, then you'd be more aggressive.
All I remember hearing was that you knew the layout of Las Vegas like the back of your hand, and then we ended up on some
strip.
That was your worst.
stupid.
That was your worst directions I've seen from
Whole
you.
city was broken. They couldn't handle water.
And
all right?
flooded.
Yeah,
They
everything
were
was
screwed
backwards.
everywhere.
Everything was backwards.
Took us
I will not
40
take
minutes
this
to get
slander.
everywhere.
I'm driving an Oxnard.
Altima.
I'm
not
doing
listening
it.
to you.
I'm driving an Oxnard.
He controls the cars.
I control the cars.
I'm getting a separate car and I'm driving
Good.
an Oxnard. Just
Fine.
to
Go ahead. I don't care.
You spend the extra
what'll
money?
happen? What'll
Have
happen
you
when you
met
don't have
him?
your muscle? How are you
He's an
guys gonna?
idiot.
How are y'all gonna go in and get coffee at the gangster gas stations if I'm not there?
I got Bobby's yawn face that we now have to
Saw
deal
that.
with for the
Saw that.
whole final hour
Yeah,
of the
saw that.
show. This is what we have to deal with. And he's 30 minutes later to start the show.
And he's
Right,
like 10
so-
years younger.
So,
and 10 years younger.
So if I got here at like 5, like I'd be asleep by now. Like that's why I have to come in at 6.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go to sleep at 9.
So things are going okay for you guys, or?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, it
Other than
seems
just
like
driving-
ratings are
driving,
awesome.
not
Yeah,
great.
ratings are really good.
Yeah.
Sean, you're doing great, man. That's your ratings.
Whore.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to say
Oh,
it, but
my
yeah.
goodness.
15% chance of precipitation in Detroit. 80% humidity, though.
Gross.
Oh, no.
Okay.
So roof's closed.
I don't think they have.
Do they have a roof?
No.
No, I'm taking shots at
Or
us.
else, why would the question have come up to Bochy? Do you think the weather will hold? They'd be like,
Maybe they don't close it. The Rangers apparently, Choppy reported the Rangers have a policy. We can't keep it open because of condensation
That's
issues.
crazy.
That is
Insane.
fascinating.
If it's true.
But at the
said it.
same time,
The Rangers said it?
That was in an article. Yeah, it was. I can't. It probably wasn't in the morning news because I don't pay their paywall.
Yeah.
they're afraid that water
showed you how to get around
would like build up on the floor and somebody could slip and fall. But out in Arizona, they have a leaf blower guy that gets rid of all the water out there. Why don't they just have leaf blower guy out there?
I think they also need to change the surface of the floors. Like they're more like indoor slick floors.
Yeah.
Just get like the hard concrete.
Yeah.
Get some epoxy.
Or put some of that
concrete.
sandpaper stuff down. You know,
Yeah.
the stuff that sticks.
I got it. We're out tomorrow with the KMC Mass.
Yeah,
I will be there at 6 a.m.
Invited celebrity classic. You're going to show
Better
up
be
on
at 7.
You guys, I'll text you. Just give me directions on how to get in there.
5:30. 5:30. We'll listen for the honking. Invited Celebrity Classic tomorrow. Stop on out and say what's up. The KNC Masterpiece is next, followed by Rangers Base.
Be a part of the show.
Ball
Text us
on the
fan text line 877-881-1053. That's 877-881-1053. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Where Corey just emphatically stated, that's fine, honk at me, I'll ram my car into yours. And I said, I doubt you will. And he goes, oh yeah? Why don't you honk at me in the parking garage?
I told you. I said, I dare you. Yeah, I dare you. I will turn my car around and run into you on purpose. We'll see you in the parking garage, sir.
Knowing that's the case, I want to avoid that. I do not want to get my car running.
It's just more of a
I don't want to get my car.
It's more of a hassle to deal with your fixing your car, right? More of a hassle to deal with fixing your car.
Or telling the story to your wife about, yeah, somebody honked at me, so I broadsided him. Like, that's a weird story to tell.
What if she's in on that? That's how she does it, too. You know, she's aggressive, too.
I mean...
Well, Corey, why is your car all messed up? Because I told Kevin not to honk at me in the parking garage, and he called my bluff, and so I didn't bluff.
Okay.
Much like that time...
Aggression!
Yes, much like that time I called his bluff on my phone number, and he went ahead and did it anyway. So
yeah, and that backfired in the long run. All right, let's go to cut number 3, if we can. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to puck around and find out.
It'll be played back to the far point. Tanev looking for traffic in front. They score. That took a deflection as Tanev just threw it to the net. And the Stars take the 3-2 lead here in the second period.
All right. The teams you want to see or the teams you want to avoid in the playoffs. Go ahead.
I appreciate that you probably have a list of these teams
I do.
That you're afraid of, Kevin. But as we just pointed out, I'm not afraid to turn my car around and run it right into you if you honk at me. So
man, I will tell you, that's a level of not fear that would make me fear you. If you're like, why did you do that? Because he honked at me. And then I was like, holy crap, note to self.
Yeah.
Never run afoul of Corey.
That's right. You never know what car I'm driving either. So there you go. The other thing, too, here, Kevin, is you know my approach to this. Do not care. I'm the best team. I'm the best team out on the ice. You can't stop me. I'm going to score on you. I'm going to beat you up in the process. And you're going to go back and think, how do we put a team together to compete with the Dallas Stars? That's the mentality I want the Stars to have. But I understand matchups are a thing, and you want easiest path possible. I believe this is correct.
I do. That is correct.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. Line them up. All of them are going down. That's what I'm doing if I'm the Stars. That's the personality and mentality they have to have as playoffs start right now, and I hope they do.
I have a different philosophy.
All right.
I would like to play the Kings. Now, there are other things at play here.
The Kings, though.
What's that?
I don't like playing the Kings.
Why?
In history. It just seems...
Because it used to have Gretzky?
Because I was... Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was thinking of the Knights.
Exactly!
Kings and Knights are so... That's so dumb. What was I thinking?
And that's what I want to avoid, but there is still a lot at play here. You could draw... Now, you're in a position, now that you won the Central, where, at least for one round, you don't have to worry about Winnipeg or Colorado. By the way, Winnipeg is the wildest team, man. They're probably the hottest team in the NHL right now, and if not, maybe only behind the Stars. They've won 7 in a row. Before that, they were awful, and they were spiraling, and now they have taken control. They'll have home ice over Colorado. Clearly, they had a good matchup with the Stars as well. But for the Stars, depending on how the last game of the season still plays out, you could still get Vegas. You could still get Los Angeles. You could still get Nashville. And one of the things I said was stupid Vancouver because they won yesterday, which keeps them in line for the number 1 seed in the West. However, you might be in a situation where you don't want the number 1 seed in the West if Vegas ends up being the worst wild card team. So I if there's one team I want to avoid, I would prefer to avoid the Vegas Golden Knights. If there's one team that I want to face, I would like to face the Los Angeles Kings because you've had your way with them this year.
So you want to avoid teams because you're scared.
Yes.
You're scared of them.
Fact. I know this is the part where I'm supposed to be like, I'm not scared. Bring them on. False. I don't care how good my team is. I want to play the worst possible team in every single round for the easiest path.
And I get that. Here's the one of the problems I do have with that. In those situations, the team, G-Bag talks about this all the time, desperate team theory. The team that is the worst team in that situation plays better than they've ever played before, and other team goes out there and goes, man, we did everything we needed to do. Just throw the puck out on the ice and we'll finish this thing.
And I
think it's important that you have a high level of respect for your opponent, no matter what they are. You have to have the right level of respect for them so that you don't go out there and just say, we showed up today, we're good. And that's one of the other reasons,
I agree
Kevin,
with that.
One of the other reasons I'm kind of happy that the Stars didn't get the President's Trophy is very similar to what I said yesterday about Luka and Team USA. How could Tim Hardaway Jr. not be on Team USA? It doesn't make any sense to me. This is one of the other reasons is I want the Stars to be like, you know what? We still didn't accomplish anything during the regular season. We were really good, but we didn't win the President's Trophy. So how good were we actually? You know what? We got to go prove it in a playoff race. And I buy in on what Brian Ray said yesterday or Monday with us too. This team is one of those teams that does have the look of knowing the difference between the beginning of the season, this last stretch, and what the playoffs are about to be. Jamie Benn, Tyler Seguin, Pavelski, this group's been through it. Even our young players have been through this at least once, and they know what it's going to take to get to that next place.
I agree. I wouldn't go into a matchup thinking you're automatically going to win, but against a team like the Kings, for example, you won all 3 matchups with them this season in regulation. Plus, they haven't been playing particularly well down the stretch. Now, there's still a possibility you could most definitely not play them, but I would enjoy that matchup very, very much because of those reasons. But I definitely don't think anyone would roll in there and be like, all right, let's start scouting Colorado and Winnipeg.
What do you think then is the Stars' best matchup against the Knights?
In terms of position by position?
Yeah. If you have do you have a feeling there where you're like, I feel confident that we can get this every time? Because I was feeling really confident until they showed last year. I was like, oh no, we don't have that.
The good thing about the Knights, for example, is, by the way, and we'll get into their split goalie situation and all of that, is they're more scoring centric with 3 guys.
Yep.
Compared to the Stars. So they have 3 players. The Knights have 3 players that have 20 plus goals, I believe, this year, whereas the Stars have 8. And I'm not saying that just means you can shut down Harrelson or whoever, but it does give you perhaps an easier defensive strategy. And by the way, especially since the Tanev trade, the Stars have been significantly better defensively. So maybe it gives you fewer areas to key in on the defensive front than you might see against other teams. Don't get me wrong. Vegas is still a good team, and obviously you've seen how the Stars can struggle against Hill in particular, but against their goaltending.
Okay, and see, this is one of the reasons I've been really trying to, from the 214, only concern is the Avs. We'll get back to that in just a little bit. I've been trying to figure out the Tanev edition and what it was, because, Kevin, we were figuring you're missing a physical presence. Like just a straight up, not a goon, but in the playoffs, if you have a guy that knows how to hit correctly and everybody knows he's heading that way, it clears the road. It clears the path for you. It clears the road for all your scorers to do what they want to do, especially if you can get one of their guys kicked out of the game too. You know, like those are some of the things. You're getting a guy into a fight. You're drawing a guy off sides. Now you got 2 minutes and you can go do some damage against this team with your power play. So with the Tanev trade, I kept thinking, oh, we got that guy that's going to draw. He's going to be a pest to other people. But more than anything, dude, he's just the guy that puts his body out there for the team.
That is very true. He also is a logical fit in your top 4 of defensemen.
For sure,
that's not a reach.
Yes.
Right? So if you're going like Miro and Harley.
You have good defensive players.
Yes. Because you can go Miro and Harley, and then you can go Lindell and Tanev and feel better about what you've constructed as your top 4 defensive players. As I always think about it in terms of the Rangers old school rotation, when you're like, there's a competition for the 5th starter, but it's pretty much like, can anybody take this job?
Right.
And that's what it felt like at times this season.
And adding Tanev just said you solidified
And then you're like,
it.
okay,
yeah.
we're we're good to go.
And very sound.
We picked up our Jordan Montgomery.
Yeah, you're a very sound defensive team to add to a very potent offensive unit. And that's what, and multiple offensive lines that can do a lot of different things.
And we get these back-to-back texts, and you make a very fair point.
I agree with this from the 972 also.
What's that?
Part of it for the Stars is trying to play the least amount of games to hopefully avoid injury.
And I just want to state,
Kevin, if that's what you want to say,
yes,
I'm with you.
I just want to say for the record, too, I do not think you should try to finesse or BS anything here tonight since you don't have the number 1 seed locked up. If you already had the number 1 seed locked up and you're like, let's just rest everybody, rock on. But you don't because of stupid regulation wins and Vancouver could still take it. I'm not saying that you need to finesse the game tonight to get the playoff matchup you think you want, because that's probably a bad idea. I can think whatever I want. Just go out there, get a point or win or whatever.
And that's where I think the Stars are for sure.
Agreed.
I mean, I think DeBoer has them there. I think Jamie Ben's not going to let that team walk out on that or skate out onto that ice that way.
They had a plan B in case it was all wrapped up, but since it's not, I think you'll see a good effort this evening. Back-to-back text. How many teams said the same thing about the Rangers last season, Kevin? And then from the 325, Kevin, did you not watch the Rangers postseason run last year? Bring me any team, we'll kick their ass. I will tell you this.
They screwed everything up for everybody.
I am so happy, so happy that the Texas Rangers won the World Series. They also threw into chaos my idea of how a team needs to be playing at the end of the season. Like, you could argue that was the worst possible finish to a season, and then they won the World Series. So I will concede, if your counterpoint to any of these arguments is, what about the Rangers? You got me. I don't have a good counter because they have thrown that all into, I don't know.
You need 5 legitimate starters in baseball, and the Rangers are like,
what about 2?
We got 2. Good luck. You need a solid bullpen to go into the playoffs, and you're like, we don't have any. Like, our hardest thrower, terrifying to know if he'll walk a guy or what. We have zero clue what's going to happen when we get out there.
Well, then you can't win.
Well,
okay. Well,
they did.
And you'll have to be on the road the entire time. That's never going to work. Oh, yeah?
Which is kind of, didn't the Heat, weren't they the 8 seed in the play-in game? Well, was it last year? And they made it to the finals, or was it?
I don't remember what seed they were, but they had to go
they were in
through
the play-in tournament.
Yeah.
And here we are looking at this, and I'm looking at the Lakers going, man, last night, Kevin, and we'll get to it in just a minute probably, but there were moments where I was like, the NBA's rigged.
Because Zion got hurt?
No, we'll talk about it in just a minute. But yeah,
let's just sit Ingram on the bench.
I'm very happy we get to rock with a Stars game tonight. We get to finish this season out. Look at what they accomplished, man. Give them their flowers for their accomplishment and get ready for what I think is going to be the most exciting playoff season we've had.
It's going to be incredible.
In a long time, with both Mavs and Stars getting after it as a really good team.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And if you're just looking for the logistics of this evening, it goes a little something like this. If the Rangers get a point, anyhow, anyway, did I say the Rangers? I meant the Stars. If the Stars get a point, they take the number 1 seed. If they lose in regulation, and then Vancouver, I believe, plays tomorrow, and Vancouver wins in regulation, then you will take the number 2 seed in the West going into the playoffs. But then again, they don't really do it like that. You're still going to be C1 either way, and it would only matter in the Western Conference Final. So get a point tonight. You'll have home ice throughout the rest of the playoffs until the Stanley Cup final. But also, if you get a point tonight, you're locked in above every team except the New York Rangers throughout the playoffs.
And they won the trophy, so they're out.
They're going to lose. Yes, for people concerned about the President's Trophy. So once the Rangers lose, then if you get a point tonight, the Stars are good to go to have home ice the rest of the way.
And Kevin, for everything else from here on, from the 469, I'm not afraid of anyone. Effing line them up. We'll knock them all down. # Texas Hockey. That's what I'm talking about. Bring on your best.
Look,
I dare you. I will turn my car around and run it right into you.
That's not what I wanted you to say. And I understand that logic for a Stars team that has been playing fantastic most of the season, and especially as of late. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, early Mavs playoff primer, plus the play-in, plus the return of Derek Lively. Next on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Irving with 3 seconds. Shake and bake behind the back, drives inside, falling away at the buzzer. Kyrie Irving nails it. Such a difficult shot made look easy, and Dallas has a 9-point lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We got a short show leading into Rangers-Tigers. 11:30 pregame, 12:10 first pitch right here on 105 through the Fan. Here's how I'm going to make it up to people.
Talking slower so that we get less content into the short show.
It is also
time.
Stop that. It is also National Crawfish Day with Shell Shack. So the G-Bag Nation this afternoon, they'll be at the Shell Shack off of Knox Henderson. 23-26 North Henderson, right after Rangers baseball.
I'll tell you this, when it comes to Shell Shack, walking into that place, you can just smell the seasoning, and it is wonderful. And then you walk out, and as you're driving in the car, like maybe you go to itch your nose just a little bit, and you're like, oh my gosh, it's still there. And then you want to eat your fingertips because it just smells and tastes so good. Go see G-Bag because you love G-Bag.
So you smell your fingers after?
Yeah, absolutely. Go see G-Bag because it's G-Bag. Go to Shell Shack because their food is fantastic, and you can definitely smell it on yourself.
What the hell? You were going so well, and then you're like, I got nothing to finish this up.
I have lots of things.
All right. You know what else is fantastic? Derek Lively. He's back, it looks like. All right. He fully participated in practice yesterday. And Jason Kidd said Lively looked good despite the long layoff. And then, you know, when I say the long layoff because of injury, the other thing you have to factor in just from a mental standpoint is also his mom died.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that's a whole other level. I'm going to stick with that you have to come back with. And Jason Kidd said one of the big things is today is an off day for the Mavericks, and seeing how he responds physically from this. And so if he looks good physically or he says he feels good physically, man, you're full steam ahead going into the playoffs. And this Mavericks team has looked really good. This Mavericks team with Derek Lively, that's the team that you put forth and you're like, oh, I think we could do something big.
I have a lot of thoughts on Derek Lively. Like there's one point and I'm like, dude, I want you to grow up real fast. Yeah. And I want you to, whatever pain you're dealing with in your knee, it's a sprained knee. All that is inflammation that needs to go away. So get out there and play, baby. You know, like there's part of me that wants that. But also the other part of me, you just said it, that is the team you want to deploy. That's the team I want to deploy in round 2 and round 3 in the finals also. So I don't know that I'm having to push him now to get him out on the court if I think I can get through this Clippers team, or maybe even wait another, because this is a long series. Wait a little bit deeper into the series before I have to get Lively out on the court.
The great thing is, though, I don't think it is a push. That, like, I hear you, and I agree with that. But the great thing is, your series starts this weekend, and he was practicing yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, that's still a long time. And if he responds well today, I like that you're like, he's fine.
I was just watching, like, a video of him walking around shooting, and it wasn't that he was hampered by it or anything. He just didn't look like he was moving at a pace that he was extremely comfortable. He was like, you know, when you're still trying to make sure you trust it. And so that's what I'm kind of going with this on is if he doesn't trust it, I still want him to grow up, right? I want him to grow up and get out there and do it because these guys played through some stuff. We talk about the football players that play through things that you just can't imagine. I mean, Dak tried to play through a cramp one time whenever his ankle. That was what Romo said, Kevin.
Tony Romo was inaccurate about that.
But that was like these guys play through some stuff, and you have to do that to go to that place. So but I will say this, Kevin. The thing that I loved hearing the most yesterday is when they asked Luka the difference between this time and the previous time against the Lakers. We got Kai.
Yeah,
that line right there. That thing, no matter if we have Lively available, you still have Gafford. You're going to have to roll out some weird minutes with Powell, being unproductive but out there, and you're going to have to do that. But he said, we got Kai, and that means I don't have to do everything. That's what Luka's saying. I don't have to be the guy. I can go out there, I can give everything I got for a little bit, he can do his thing for a little bit, and we're going to go back and forth. But the most important part of that is we're setting up all these guys for the best shots. And if they're not making them, then we're going to have to eat together. If they're not making them and it's just me, then I'm all by myself on this. And it's hard to pull a team like that. But I got Kai right next to me. His trust in his team, that teammate right there, who's helped him grow into a leader, is something that Luka desperately needed in this year of growth for him and desperately needs to get to the place he wants to be.
Let's talk about Kyrie Irving then. I'm glad that you brought that up. Kyrie Irving, I saw a prediction. I think it was from ESPN. I apologize for improper credit if that is wrong. Kyrie Irving will have his best postseason since the Cleveland days. That's the prediction going into it.
I like it.
Now, admittedly, Kyrie Irving is held to an exceedingly higher standard than most NBA players.
Because he went to Duke, right?
I mean, Andy, because he's really good.
Like, look at the Zion standard.
We'll get to that in a second.
And the Tatum standard.
He did look awesome yesterday. Kyrie didn't perform up to his standards in the playoffs with the Celtics and the Nets, I would argue, averaging 22 points a game on 43% shooting. So that's below his levels. But take a look back. I know it's been a while, but just take a look at what he was doing when they were winning championships. 27 points a game in that NBA Finals against the Warriors, the one that they won. And also shot 40.5% from three while averaging that many points. And Kyrie has been playing unbelievable. He's been healthy. So I think it's easy to have a ton of optimism. Now that not only have Kyrie and Luka both been mostly healthy, they found a way that, like, this is how our basketball is great together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that feels like all the momentum in the world going into the playoffs.
Yeah, that was, something that Chuck Cooperstein was on with Sean and RJ and Bobby this morning. And
did he call Mike an idiot?
He didn't say it. Man, I wish we had that cut right now, because they were asking, hey, I think it was Sean that asked the question. A lot of people around here wanted Jason Kidd on a platter because they weren't playing well. And that ultimately, that's kind of what happens, Kevin, is once you look around at everything, you're like, well, that piece isn't going anywhere. That piece isn't going anywhere. What's replaceable? The coach. Like, the coach is always replaceable, especially when you have a star and an owner that's not going anywhere. And so Jason Kidd became the logical one. He doesn't call timeouts. He's not a great strategist.
Right.
Still some of the same problems. And Chuck Cooperstein basically was like, hey, people that thought that are idiots because they don't know the constraints the coach was under in order to. He has a team now. He has players. He has length. He has long, strong players that he didn't have before. He has athleticism. But he did mention that part of Luka and Kyrie finding that healthy balance of you go, I go, but also incorporating the team, making smart plays. You go, I go is bad basketball.
Yeah.
If it's just two guys that are ball dominant that don't pass, that they're just scorers. But what you have in Luka and Kyrie is two guys who are ball dominant that can also feed the rest of the team very well. And that's where that healthy balance is. And Kevin, I don't know. Maybe it's just their basketball IQ is so high that's why. Because their healthy balance of, I know exactly when I've had enough. I know exactly when my team needs more. It's really interesting to watch for me.
And I know at least one of these games will probably agitate some people, but we have the schedule for the first 4 games of Clippers Mavs. It gets going 2:30 on Sunday. All right, great. Game 2, it's at 9 p.m. on Tuesday.
It's tough.
The 23rd.
I like to go to bed at 9.
I know. I figured that's going to be the game that people won't like. You understand with the West Coast constraints. And by the way, they haven't announced Game 5 or the specifics for Game 5, which will be Wednesday, May the 1st. But if it gets to a Game 5, I would be willing to wager that is going to be another late game as well. For the games in Dallas, Friday the 26th at 7 p.m. and then Sunday the 28th at 2:30 p.m. So really only one outlier in that group of 4 that I understand people are going to complain about the time start.
Okay, not just the times, but Coop didn't like the layout of the schedule.
The Sunday to Tuesday?
The Sunday to Tuesday and then the Friday to Sunday. He wasn't in love with that, but in my mind, because he thought Sunday to Wednesday would be the better option for the Mavs.
The good thing for that first Sunday to Tuesday is it's an afternoon game, I guess a late game. So I get it on Friday to Sunday where it's a night game versus an afternoon game. That's a quicker turnaround.
But my feeling on that is the Mavs are younger and bouncier. And the Clippers have a lot of old players that are probably going to need that recovery time more than the Mavs, especially Kawhi.
That is
like, I know Kawhi can show up and clamp down and be the greatest player in a series anytime. But, man, that dude, whenever it's injury time, he shuts down. He's like, why would I go out there and play if I'm hurt? It's stupid.
Would I really like if he started, like, regulating his body now because he got the last Olympic spot? So he's like, whoa,
gotta
I
prepare.
gotta play even more basketball. I need to slow it down just a little bit.
I only have so much basketball in these legs.
Exactly. Now, Corey, I know last night what caught your attention. I don't know how much you cared about Kings and Warriors because that started to get out of hand in the second half, and I don't know. The Warriors kind of look like that's a wrap.
Sorry, Peyton just sent me the clip of Chuck Cooperstein. He said, here's your cut of Chuck Cooperstein, and
It's
sent me
a
a picture
of him.
of Chuck Cooperstein instead of the cut that I needed there. But thank you, Peyton. I
That
really
is
appreciate
delightful. He
that.
might be the only person I know that can troll for troll with you.
He's
Pretty
doing
impressive.
a good job. I'm proud of him.
Lakers beat the Pelicans. So now you're going to get Pelicans and Kings on Friday to determine the 8th seed. It also gives you Lakers. Nuggets in the playoffs, which people are excited about. I know the Lakers won. Can't take that away from them. Do you think if Zion stays on the court, they win that game? Or maybe Brandon Ingram gets on the court?
Absolutely. Well, yeah, that too. Brent, where are you, Brandon Ingram? Somebody put that man on the court to score. You couldn't stop Zion last night. He was getting 2 every time he wanted it.
40 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists.
Anthony Davis didn't know when to jump off to defend him. He was like, okay, he's coming to the lane. I will jump. And my timing is I will jump now. And it's a second too late because Zion's already jumped in the air. He's way above you, and he's at the basket putting it in by the time you think your timing should set up for that. He was unstoppable last night. It was so much fun to watch him. And then late in the game, Kevin, that's when I was like, this is the crunch time that you need him the most out there, and he wasn't available, and they didn't have the same offensive options to go to.
I haven't heard a definitive update to the leg injury this morning, and I think Willie Green said they're going to get imaging today. So I haven't heard anything about that yet because you get another shot against the Kings. You win that game against the Kings, you're back in the playoffs, and maybe you like that matchup better. I don't know if they would like that matchup better or not, but you'd love to see Zion, he played 70 games this year, which that did not seem possible for several years, and he's played really well. You would love to see him in the playoffs.
I was not rooting. So a lot of people root against LeBron. I'm not rooting against LeBron in last night's game. I was rooting for New Orleans, and you know how much I've liked Brandon Ingram for a while. I was rooting for him, and I was rooting for Zion to finally break through because what has been his big problem, injuries probably the entire time. I was excited for that opportunity to break through because we all see not only an athletic, he's LeBron James when LeBron James was at his peak. Big, strong, fast, explosive. But injuries are continuing to be, those little problems for him.
No, you're right about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Major.
Cy Young candidates, is a Ranger one of them? Maybe so. And will they ever hit a double again? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets. Thank you very much. Don't forget to go see G-Bag Nation today at Shell Shack off of Knox Henderson, where you can always enjoy the smell inside the restaurant.
If people don't go, do you think they're being shellfish?
Absolutely. Okay. I'm proud of you, too. That's a good one.
Thank you.
Oh, wow. Alec, tough crowd today. All right. guys, the big question, will the Rangers ever hit another double?
Or
that one
extra base hit of any.
Will we ever hit a home run again?
I gotta say no.
It's tough to find right now, and I'm very interested in what they're going to do. If maybe I'm always concerned, has the league caught up to what they are? And they're like, okay, we kind of got you guys figured out, and now the Rangers have to adjust after watching them run through the World Series and the playoffs, being so successful. Did they see, oh, okay, this is what they're doing? Or are the Rangers just kind of do they have a little hangover from the World Series win?
See, and I don't think it's that, just because, like, Corey Seager has not had a bunch of pop early on.
Right.
So, like,
he's hit balls that you're like, oh, even Adolis, too.
Yes. And, like, Wyatt Langford hasn't had pop early on, and that's definitely been disappointing. But I could see how you would argue, like, the league caught up pretty quick, or they got the scouting report, or maybe he's just struggling as an adjustment in big league games. But when Corey Seager's part of it, I was like, the league didn't catch up with him. He just hasn't really turned it on yet. But you're going to see like a 2 week of like, holy crap, we should never pitch to this person.
Yeah, no, I think that's on the way at some point. I really do. I have a lot of trust in the Rangers to be able to adjust and find it at some point. But it's kind of tough. And I will say this. When we looked at the schedule to start the season, we didn't like this stretch a lot.
Right.
Like you were hoping you could do a lot of damage against Tampa and that you could do damage against Houston too, but you knew that was going to be a tough stretch. And now here you are on the road against Detroit, who's a better team than you thought they were going to be.
That's true.
And then you got to go to Atlanta, and that's now that's kind of a terrifying approach.
Breaking news, they're good.
Trying to figure out your pitching situation there. So where the Rangers are right now, I think we all kind of, if we really looked at the schedule and were listening to our hearts, or I'm sorry, the logic of it, because we wanted to listen to our hearts and be like, we're the World Series champs.
True.
Get out of the way. I mean, we're just going to mow you all down this year. It's not real whenever you look at the opponents that they're having to go up against. So we'll figure it out. Bochy's got a plan. I trust that man right there.
I do too. I don't love the 3-7 stretch with poor offense for most of it, but I definitely trust Bochy.
And with Seager's part, I don't know how much of it is
and Carter
recovering from the injuries, the offseason surgery still, and like just finally getting to that place where he's like, I'm completely healthy.
Because there's no way he would say that, right?
No.
He'd be like, no, I'm fine.
Yeah, I'm perfectly. Actually, he probably wouldn't even talk.
That's fair. He'd just shake his head.
They would
no.
say, hey, can we talk to you? And he's like, no, I'm good. I got to go do a Raising Cane's commercial. I'll see y'all later. All right. And I have no problem with him doing commercials. Go get your money, buddy.
Not at all.
And eat some Raising Cane's. So good. Cy Young winners for this year.
What?
The races are already taking shape, Kevin, according to MLB.com. We are already in Cy Young watch for this year.
And the Rangers never had
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
Thank you, John Smoltz.
I don't know about that.
I think I do agree with him on that. By the way, the Rangers never won a Cy Young. John Smoltz is also going to be at the Invited Celebrity Classic tomorrow at the Las Colinas Country Club.
So we just throw baseballs at him and boo him the whole time?
You should definitely not throw baseballs at anyone.
You're right.
Or throw golf balls at them.
All right. If he honks at me, though, no promises. All right.
Oh, my God.
All these stats, Kevin, were through Sunday. And I know we're here sitting here at Wednesday, but let's look at some of these because I don't think that this is too reckless, John Smoltz and Alec, and Kevin, because all of these guys were likely candidates for the Cy Young early on anyway.
Okay.
Previously, and then the way that they've started
I gotcha.
kind of suggests that they're kind of on that range for it. So in the American League, the number one overall vote getter for potential Cy Young by the end of 162 games, as we're only like 20 games in.
Cody Bradford.
Corbin Burns of the Baltimore Orioles.
Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Dude was at Sunday 2-0 with a 2.28 ERA in his first 4 outings and looked absolutely dominant. 11 strikeouts in 6 innings on opening day, 25 strikeouts overall. And Kevin, this was when this trade was made. This was when Mike looked at it and went, oh, no, Baltimore, we're done. Baltimore's going to win it all. Once they made this trade, their pitching was already pretty good. It got deeper. Now, they did have an injury to their rotation, and that's going to be a big problem this year. But when they added Corbin Burns, That was a massive
That's a
swing.
damn
for them.
fine team, I admit.
Number 2.
I don't like it.
Tarek Skubal. Now, Tarek Skubal today he plays for the Tigers. He will be pitching against Dane Dunning today. And that was the question I had yesterday was, do you put Leiter against not Skubal, who's currently number 2 in the American League for potential Cy Young guys? And Jared was like, maybe. That's a possibility. And I don't think he was just I think it was something he may not have thought about yet. But then he was like, you know what? I didn't think about that. Let's look into it a little more. But there are a lot of other reasons to put Jack Leiter tomorrow.
Are you excited about this pitching matchup today
yes.
specifically? Then?
Dude, by the way, I heard Dayton Dunning. I heard there's an autographed baseball at the Hipster Gala taking place on May 4th, which you and I will also be emceeing that event.
Is that right?
Did you not know?
I did not.
Well, I've broken the news to you today, so I'm hearing that. But yes, I think Dayton Dunning's fantastic. I'm really looking forward to seeing him. This is a pitcher's duel that I want to see.
Okay.
Hopefully it's not one of those like very boring 1-0 games that Mike thinks is just so much fun.
Hold on. You just said you're looking forward to a pitcher's duel and then said hopefully it's not one of those boring 1-0 games. What do you think a pitcher's duel is?
A pitcher's duel can be 1-0 until like the 8th inning, and then you put in a reliever, and then it turns into an 8-1 win. All right.
Okay.
For the Rangers.
Fair.
But Skubal, though, this year, 2.80 ERA, 11.4 strikeout ratio, or strikeout per 9 ratio in 15 starts. That was last year. Dude is back at it this year, 2.08. So he's rocking along.
He's an excellent pitcher.
Number 3. You ready to vomit? Cole Reagans. Number 4. And Cole Reagans is with the Kansas City Royals, and he traded him for a World Series.
I'm fine with that. Do I wish Cole Reagans was still on this team? Yes. At the expense of the World Series? No.
I will also point out he's 0-1 in 4 starts for the Royals.
And by the way, our Cole Reagans starts tomorrow.
Sure, he has a 1.93 ERA, but he's 0-1.
He has no wins
in 4 starts.
In 4 starts with a sub-2 ERA.
Like Randy Johnson, dude. Randy Johnson would hold people. He would be like, "Hey, I got a 1.1 ERA," and they're like, "Doesn't matter. Every game was 1-0."
This is where I'd be a terrible teammate. I'd walk in and they'd be like, "Hey, Goods, don't talk to me.
Yes,
don't even effing start.
If you don't
with
score
me.
some runs."
Yeah.
Pablo Lopez from the Twins at number 4, and number 5. Nate Eovaldi is right there on the list. Eovaldi's numbers solid so far, but they looked better before a 5-run outing Sunday against the Astros. Hey,
that's fair.
I still think this. I think Nate feels the world is on his shoulders trying to carry the pitching for this team. I just need him to go out there and just be Nate for 7 innings and then turn it over and hope that the Rangers get a win.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, how about we mix in a little gridiron gravy? Cowboys get a new running back, and Travis Kelce gets a new game show. We'll bring it up next right here on the Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We talked about the WNBA draft. By the way, WNBA draft drew 2.5 million viewers. Here's the thing that's amazing about that to me. That was the league's, not for the draft, the league's largest audience since Memorial Day of 2000, when a Liberty Comets game led into the NBA Conference Finals.
When did the WNBA start? 2000?
No, I think it was like 96, 97.
Liberty. Would that have been, was Lisa Leslie in the league at that time?
Probably. I don't recall, and that might have been a Swoops Comets team. Sorry, I didn't double check the rosters on that.
That's significant. That's 24 years, bro.
That's the Caitlin Clark effect.
Wow.
So when we talk about how big of an impact she's going to have that first year, they already sold out of all her jerseys within an hour, set all the records in college, broke them, and is now setting WNBA records for a draft, or as Reggie would like to say, a glorified HR meeting.
From strategic insomnia, so happy for Clark. She can relax and be away from the spotlight now. I think that's interesting because ESPN was highlighting NCAA women's, right?
They were.
Are they highlighting WNBA as much, and are they promoting that?
They have a vested interest in that. And by the way, this is a non-political statement. It's just a political person made it. Check out the presidential Twitter account and their thoughts about the salary that she's going to make in the WNBA. So I get what that person is saying and kind of joking about, but it feels like the spotlight will just follow her, at least for the first year, to the WNBA.
We see it a lot, Kevin, on the fan text. There are people that are like, I couldn't care less.
Fair enough.
About her.
That's fine.
That being said, I think Kevin's pointing to, we try to talk to everybody on this station. We try to. And there are people out there that do care about it.
Yes, very much so. Now, are you ready to go around most of the NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy? By the way, gridiron gravy brought to you by the Path to the Draft and Pluckers and Zero Rest. Don't forget, draft night, we're 8 days away. We'll be at all 8 Pluckers locations. Corey will be in Addison. I will be in Allen. We'll be at all of them for the fans, so come check it out. Let's start with the Dallas Cowboys' brand new running back. Now, Corey, do you think we forced a signing on the Dallas Cowboys because of our contentious conversation with Stephen Jones yesterday?
Alec, I should have included you on this text yesterday. I texted Kevin directly and took a screenshot of that they added Royce Freeman. And I said, Kevin, look what you made the Cowboys do. Kevin went after the Cowboys so hard yesterday that they decided, let's change all the headlines from what we discussed to the Cowboys have signed a running back.
Kevin, you really made them go all in. This is incredible.
That was a good move by you, Kevin. I knew that you thought that out. You thought all this pressure that I'm applying to Steven today, he's going to make moves.
Royce Freeman's been my end game for weeks at a time now.
No, this is just the beginning. This is what I think that's the way you got to look at it. Kevin, we have another interview with him on Friday, and you could get him to sign a defensive tackle. You could get him to sign linebackers.
Yeah.
There are lots of things you can do.
Let me ask you a quick question. Do you think it's a good idea for us to replay that question and answer where he gave the one answer and then we followed up with a question and he goes, that's not what I said, but we play back the one part and we were like, was it not?
Yes. If we're going to replay it, we replay it during that interview for him.
Okay.
So he could hear what he said. No, I'm just joking, man. If you want to, I think that's fine. That's reasonable.
Royce Freeman, 28, had 319 yards on two touchdowns on 77 carries for the Rams last year. His career high in rushing is 521 yards as a rookie when he also had 5 carries.
He's a body.
5 touchdowns.
He's a body.
Yeah.
His veteran presence. I just don't expect a lot out of him. He had a stint with the Broncos and Texans. It's meh. From my perspective.
The lawsuit against Dak Prescott has been moved to a different county. It got dropped from Dallas County and moved to Collin County as a, quote, matter of convenience per the woman's attorneys.
All right.
Just wanted to throw that out there.
And then our station did its due diligence, reaching out to the Dak's lawyer, correct?
Yes, we did.
We got a statement.
Read
from
a
him.
statement this morning.
Did the lawyer say, I would like to come on, or did he say, here's our statement?
Here's our statement. And I would not like to come on.
Okay.
Which is fine, because you're a lawyer. I get it.
Yeah.
Sometimes lawyers come on. And
Sometimes they don't.
Yeah, exactly. Let's talk about Travis Kelce. He's going to host a new game show on Amazon Prime. Are you smarter than a celebrity? Now, this is an update of this is probably going to hurt your feelings a little bit if you're a celebrity. This is an update of Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? So just based on that, would the logic lead you to believe that Amazon Prime believes that celebrities are as smart as fifth graders? Or do you look back at the original show and see how many people got clowned by those fifth graders and you're like, hey, those fifth graders are tough.
Some of those fifth graders were dumb too. You know,
Oh my gosh.
Get your geography in order. Come on, kids.
That is tough.
That being said, if I'm like Steve-O, don't people just think I'm dumb?
That's probably true.
But if I'm Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory, people think I'm smart.
Just because of a fictitious role you played. Yeah, that's
so I
fair.
do kind of wonder, like, do you go, you know what? I'm going to show the world. I'm studying for this thing. Or do you just show up and you're like, I have no clue where Libya is?
But only if you have the negative connotation, right? If everyone thinks you're smart, just be like, pass. But if they don't, be like, oh,
yeah,
I'm going to show you.
Yeah, well, and
Show
somebody
all
said
these
they have to have Ryan Fitzpatrick on this show because didn't he go to Stanford and have like 4.0 GPA or whatever? Like, dude's super smart.
I would love to see that. And I would also, part of me would love to watch him crush everybody. And be like, I told you.
And then call like a family member and be like, we're winning $1 million.
Okay.
I didn't even need your help.
I don't know how many people get that reference. The original American Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, first guy who ever won it, got to the last question. He was like, I'm going to call my dad. And then he goes, I don't actually need help. I'm just calling to tell you I'm going to win $1 million. And I was like, what?
The biggest cojones move ever. But it
was amazing.
He had the cards. He knew.
His dad's like, I was in the middle of something. No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that at all. All right, so Travis.
Sorry, son, I've been drinking.
No. By the way, if you get a chance, there's a new article out on ESPN talking about the failure of Bill Belichick to land a job. That has already gotten a retort from the Patriots, who they dispute the report that Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, told Arthur Blank, the owner of the Falcons, not to trust Bill Belichick. So we all I thought that Belichick was going to take the Falcons job, didn't get the job. Some of the reasons are laid out. Is it Don Van Natta who wrote that article?
Yeah.
And
he's pretty good at what he does.
The Patriots have already responded and been like, no, I dispute this part of the
There's
article.
a lot to that article. I'm very interested in how it plays because if there is still a connection between Jerry Jones and that down the road, and that's hanging over, it's been, Mike McCarthy hasn't had a season where nothing's been hanging over his head, huh? Like, he's had every season he's been here, either some other coach or COVID or something been hanging over his head.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas. So let's talk with Jared Sandler right here on your home of the Cowboys and the world champion Texas Rangers. 105 through the Fan.
Cars for Kids donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, let's take you out to Detroit to talk with Jared Sandler. Jared, I know the Rangers are still in first place, and I appreciate that. But this offense continues to look, let's say, wonky.
Kevin, I don't know. They're in first place, and then they score 40 runs a game. What are you talking about?
In your
no,
face.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. And it's an early season funk. Early season funks always look a little worse, just like early season hot streaks always look a little better because you don't have other numbers to serve as a backstop or a reminder of a larger sample size. And I understand if people are concerned. I get it. I know what the emotional roller coaster of a fan is like. I would say, the guys are pretty much the same guys as last year, and they dealt with injuries last year. I think that when all is said and done, they're going to be fine. I'm saying that on a morning in DFW in which the Rangers are getting ready to face a guy who, if he wins the American League Cy Young Award, I would not be surprised in the least bit, in Tarek Skubal. So not going to be an easy test. I do think this lineup's going to be fine. For whatever odd reason, they're not hitting the home run ball the way that they did last year, and I think that's something that when all is said and done is going to normalize. But you're right. They're getting base runners. They're not necessarily taking full advantage of base runners, and it's not because they're not hitting with runners in scoring position, because they are. But every once in a while, that 3-run home run's nice. It's not a strategy you want to rely solely on, but it is a good strategy. No one has ever said that a 3-run home run is bad, and the Rangers just haven't been hitting the long ball, and that's guaranteed run right there. When you hit a home run, there's at least one guaranteed run. When you hit a double or a triple, nothing is guaranteed, and so it'd be nice to get some balls out of the yard, but it will be a tough test today.
Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. I really like that. I like that breakdown because you were talking about the home run, but it also just the deficit of extra base hits in general. obviously, has slowed the team down at a time where it feels like the pitching has kept you in a lot of these games.
Yeah, the pitching has been fine. And I think there's a lot of grief given to the bullpen. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that this is, the best bullpen in baseball by any means. But here's the deal. Let's take a look at yesterday. The spotlight is on the bullpen. The Rangers lose the game 4-2, but they scored 2 runs. It's a lot different if they've got a 4 spot up there and, they can structure things differently. So it makes life a little bit tougher for the bullpen. You're right. I think the pitching has been just fine. They've gotten really good production from their starters. We talked about if you take the 7th inning out of the equation, the Rangers have the 4th best ERA in baseball. Obviously, it's a 9-inning game, so you can't take the 7th inning out, but that's just to help illustrate that, they've had a few rough outings in the 7th inning, but other than that, it's been really good, and Dane Dunning's been really good. He's starting today. Jack Leiter tomorrow. That's really exciting. But you're right. This team has gotten really good pitching. It's the offense, which has sort of let them down, and I want to remind people last year, the Rangers had a historically bad bullpen. At this point last year, their bullpen was really good. So, things change. I think things will normalize a little bit. But, yeah, you're right. The pitching, I think, has done a really nice job.
Can you go into a little more depth, Jared, on today's pitching matchup? I said this could be a great pitcher's duel, and Kevin was like, so you expect 1-0. And I was like, it could all change. So, but can you tell me a little bit about
scoring game?
Like we're Dane Dunning lovers. We love Dane Dunning, so we're really pulling for it. But this pairing is a lot of fun for me today.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, Tarek Skubal, one of the biggest blessings for the Tigers. He got hurt 2 years ago, right around the trade deadline. I know the Rangers were interested in him as a buy for the future type of acquisition. I know a lot of teams were interested in him. I don't know if the Tigers would have traded him, but. He got hurt, and that really changed the trade complexion. To me, guys, he's one of the 5 best pitchers in baseball, and people don't talk about him as much because he was hurt a couple years ago, and then the Tigers just haven't been in the national spotlight. He is lethal. He's got multiple really, really top-level pitches, and his slider below the zone is just it's lethal. I say all that to say this. I think sometimes when you're struggling as a lineup, you face a really good pitcher, and you know that you've got to simplify things if you're going to have any chance against that guy, and it helps sort of get you back in the right direction. I don't know if that's going to happen today. And with Dane Dunning, he's taken steps forward. The sinker's been really good so far, weak contact there. He's obviously gotten swings and misses at a high rate with the slider, and the changeup has yielded a high level of swings and misses as well. There have been some hard hit balls with the changeup, but he is able to get guys off balance with it. And that's been a nice development. We really haven't seen the forkball that we saw a lot of in spring, but that changeup has maybe made it not as necessary. So with Dane, he's a guy who, yes, he is getting more strikeouts, more swings and misses, but he is typically been a pitch to weak contact guy with a sinker. And this is a very aggressive Tigers lineup, and so I think that's something that Dane can take advantage of.
I'm kind of curious to go back to the lineup real quick regarding Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford. If you can give us maybe about a 45-second breakdown on what more they can do.
Well, with Evan, tough test against the lefty today. He's starting to come around. I know yesterday wasn't a great day for him in 0 for, but he's been hitting well here after that 0 for 15, and I think just with Wyatt Langford, it's going to be there. I think teams are starting to try pound him up and in and get him, with maybe some two-seam fastball action. But I think ultimately Wyatt is going to be okay. I think it's just early season, kind of getting used to how big league pitchers are going to pitch him at a big league level, which is a higher and tougher level than anything else he's experienced. We just haven't seen him barrel balls up the way we did in the spring.
Thank you very much, Jared. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
See you guys.
There you go, Jared Sandler. He's out in Detroit. Pregame coming up next. First pitch coming up 12:10 right here on 105.3 The Fan. Tomorrow, Invited Celebrity Classic in Irving. Come check us out 10 to 11:30 a.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Excuses.